Canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite Baby Bree.
Mommy, you first can see about Cotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. With this time, this is Gakofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want want you Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't me call one kasa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
The rainfall last night. We were sleeping at that time, and the wind has destroyed everything. I'm a student. I'm supposed to be at school by this time, but because of the rain, I haven't go to school because the rain has destroyed everything in our house. We are having 6 rooms. All of them are destroyed, so we don't know where to sleep again. Last night we slept outside, so we are suffering. We are seeking for the help from the government, so we are pleading for him to help us. We built it 3 to 4 months ago, but the rooms are 6, and then when we built them 3 to 4 months ago, and everything has been destroyed. We don't know where to sleep again. Even the rooms and the buildings, they are all destroyed. Even last night, we didn't know where to sleep. We are just standing till now, so we are suffering from everything. We don't know what to do again. So we are just pleading to the government to help us, because we don't know what to do again. Even everything has been destroyed.
Right now, it's a farming season. Right now, we're there. So, for the farming, I don't know where to get the money and then go and farm my farm. So, now that my room has been destroyed, for now, I don't know where I am. My temper, I don't know. Last night, I couldn't sleep. I was just inside my room. When I heard a noise shouted, I realized that my wife and my daughter just outside in the rain, and then shouting that I should open my room, and they entered. And I asked them that why, and she told me that her room is what just removed by the rain. So that's what I heard.
Just about the air that destroyed our rooms. They left 2 rooms for us. Our men, we don't have place again to sleep. That was yesterday night air that come and destroy our building. We have nothing to say unless people come and help us. You know, it's our rain season time. We have nothing again. But by the grace of Allah, everything will be well. We, our men, accommodation is more problem for us now. We are appealing for the government so that we look for us. The place is no more for us. We don't have accommodation again.
Mr. Chairman, we provided some table about their targets. And
just use the table and mention the figures so that we're all here.
Yeah, Jonathan, total collection was 36,280. He was supposed to collect 2,900. 2,890 for a month. And the
Okay.
12 is 36,000. Then anti-arrow.
No, hold on. His salary is how much a month?
His salary is 1,727.
So by 12 months, it will give you how much?
20,728.
Then he collected how much for in a year?
36,200.
So he collected more than his salary.
Yes.
At least there has been an improvement there.
Yeah, that's the recommendation of the auditors.
So it applies to the rest of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. If the targeting is now working, then continue to do that. Yeah. Give them the target, let them meet the target, so that at least government is not spending money in vain. Because if it's assembly that is paying them, you ensure that they are paid out of the revenue they generate. But because you are being paid by the central government, you don't know the effect of that burden. So now that the auditors have pointed it out and you are giving them targets and it's working, then that is good. All right, so let's move on to the next one. Paragraph 288, Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Come on, Father, you pick it up. You pick it
IGF. Chairman, the infraction that the auditors noted against you is to respect of the fact that you executed some payments without routing them through the Give Me system. Now, I won't belabor the point. We are in 2023. Are you routing your payments through the Give Me system now?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Have you brought this to the attention of the auditors?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, can you confirm that now they are routing their payments through the Give Me system?
Honorable Chair, all the transaction is being processed on the Give Me platform. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all. Thank you.
That will be all for Brim Sab. You are discharged.
Most grateful, sir.
Thank you. Let's have Achiasi. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Richmond. I'm President DC for HLC.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richmond Ekwaji, District Finance Officer.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ofuru Nyama, Coordinating Director.
Thank you very much. So, in the common fund, you have one infraction, paragraph 351, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Achase, you failed to account for 6 GCRs from about 4 collectors. And yes. Yes, common fund.
Anyway, your issue is about taxes that you have deducted, but you have not remitted it to GRA.
Yeah.
And for yours, the amount is 5,403 Ghana cedis, 7%. Have you remitted the money to GRA?
Yes, please, Chairman, I've done it.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
All right, so let's move on to IGF. Paragraph 272, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much. I think I hinted that earlier. It is about your GCRs.
you failed to collect some 6 GCRs from the collectors, from our 4 collectors. What is this? Have they submitted it now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've collected it, paid back to account, so it's now settled.
And auditors, are you able to confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that all the GCRs has been retrieved from the correctors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank
The
you.
next one is paragraph 282, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you. It's about revenues that were not accounted for. And this is coming from about 9 collectors from your assembly, with a total about 5,210 Ghana cedis. Have you been able to collect these revenues?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
And you have reconciled with the auditors?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Auditors, are you able to confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Chair, see your discharge.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let's have Kwehu Afram Plains North. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Isaac Ofori Korea is my name, DC.
My name is Makado, District Coordinating Director.
My name is Davis Asiedu, District Finance Officer.
And I'm Philip Eklu, the District Budget Analyst.
I am Ernest Ampov, Internal Auditor.
I'm Peter Ziama. I'm Peter Ziama Abiariba, Revenue Accountant.
Revenue Accountant, you are here. The issue is about revenue. And Deputy Ranking will take it.
Thank you, Chairman. Revenue Accountant, you failed to collect store rent and business operating licenses from about 145 defaulters, which amounts to 28,764 Ghana cedis. Why did you fail in collecting revenue as a revenue accountant?
Honorable Chair, the uncollected revenue happened, that was during the COVID 2020, the year 2020. But as of now, that money has been collected. And then the evidence is here. We submitted it to the auditors.
Good. Auditors, are you able to confirm if?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding amount has been corrected and confirmed.
Thank you. You're a proper revenue collector.
During COVID, you couldn't go out to chase the revenue, right? Were the businesses operating during the COVID period?
Honorable Chair, we moved them out of the market, so they were displaced.
No, my question is that, were the businesses operating?
Yes.
Because we have business operating license. So during the COVID time, were they still operating?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay, all right. While the business were operating, opening the stores, you were not able to go out to go and chase the revenue. That's the only issue 6 of you have come here to respond to. Did you come this morning or yesterday? Is it this morning or yesterday?
Honorable Chair, yesterday.
Yeah, because you need to cross, and then if you want to come this morning, you'll be late. All right, so you slept in hotels. You will take per diem, and only this issue. Chief Executive, you see how our revenue is being used. We can avoid this, okay?
Sure.
All right, so that'll be all for your discharge.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a Sujaman. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Samuel Kwame Ajikum, the DCE.
Avona Mohammed Akapi, the District Coordinating Director.
John Konuche, DFO.
Thank you very much. So, Jaman, you have only one issue in the IGF report, paragraph 279. Honorable Ajay Boatin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Jaman, your issue is inefficient revenue collection. And it relates to market tolls and lorry park fees. You have 5 collectors. Their annual salaries amount to 73,167.45. But the revenue that they were able to collect is 34,465, a variance of 38,702. So in effect, they could not even raise monies to pay for their salaries. So what is happening? The auditors asked that, like we had treated previously, that you look at setting targets for them. Have you now done that?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Yes, targets were now set to them, and they are now collecting what is due them.
So let's see the figures. Well, after you have set the targets, what is the effect of that exercise?
Good. So, target of 50,000, their annual salary is about 12,000 Ghana cedis, and target of 50,000 was set to Mr. Ike Redu. They are 5 in number. Who has Ike Redu has an annual salary of 12,771. A target of 50,000 was set for him. Emmanuel Fuku, target of 60,000 was set for him. Godfred Opon, target of 80,000 Ghana cedis was set for him. And Stephen Tete, 50,000. Mark Tete, 55,000. Therefore, Ike Redu was able to collect 55,000 Ghana cedis for the year 2021. The Emmanuel Fuku was able to collect 72,000. Godfred Opon, 98,000. Stephen Tete, 70,000. And Mark Tete, 65,000, at least for now.
So the targeting has resulted in a positive effect.
Yes, that's one. And number 2, 2020, actually, we were not able to go out. Markets were closed. We were not able to go out to collect those things. So now when we came to 2021 and things normalized, we were able to move in, plus the target anyway. Thank you.
All right. So, but see that you were not setting the targets. So part of the problems were with you at management level. Because you shouldn't have waited for the auditors to come in to ask you to set targets for your revenue collectors. In any case, auditors, can you confirm what he's talking about?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that there has been a remarkable improvement in their revenue collection. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all for me then.
So it means that when you give them target, they can meet the target. Because I'm surprised at the figures you have mentioned that they have collected. So huge.
Yes, Honorable Chairman. Like I said, yes, target were not set for them, but in 2020, we couldn't go out actually to collect the revenue because of COVID. In fact, Esojama was not left behind in the COVID effect. I think in the region we were the first to be hit. And for that matter, we were all in the house and they couldn't go to collect it.
Okay. All right, so that'll be all.
Thank you.
You're discharged. Or are you here to answer any other question? Okay, let's go to Birim Central. Birim Central. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
I'm Shadrach Kwedwedu, Municipal Budget Analyst.
Haruna Amadou Zuri, Municipal Coordinating Director.
Frimpong Manson Ado, Municipal Finance Officer.
Mohammed M. Hadi Yungdu, Municipal Internal Auditor.
Thank you very much. The Chief Executive is not here. Any reason?
Sir, he has asked me to inform you that, she's not well. She has not been well. She's sick.
Okay.
And then today...
Is it he or she?
She.
Okay.
Yeah, today is her review. She's going for a review.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Now, your issue is about judgment debt. And that you unilaterally took an action that suspended construction of 3-story, 18-unit classroom block at Akimoda Presby School. But it was done as far back as 2001. So as a result, the company, Michel's Petrado Limited, took the assembly to court. And the court has awarded a judgment debt. So you use the DACF, that District Assembly Common Fund, to pay the debts. And the amount is 234,200 Ghana cedis. Now, the auditors are saying that in order not to stall development projects of the assembly, they are recommending that the amount should either be refunded from the IGF account to the DACF account. Now, before we come to this, whether the transfer had been made, what was the source of funding for the project?
Common fund.
Common fund was the source of funding?
Yes, please.
So when the Assembly took the decision to suspend the construction, has the Assembly later awarded the contract to another contractor?
No.
So what is the status of that project now?
It's still at the foundation level.
It's still at the foundation level, but you have spent 230,000 to the contractor. Wow. So what is the plan by the Assembly for that project?
We intend repackaging it and award.
When? Which year will you do that? The chief executive is not here, so you have to respond. When do you want to do that? The project, now you have spent money on the project, judgment debt. The project is still at the foundation level. Do you have any plan? You say you intend doing that. When?
Thank you, Chair. But looking at our budgets, we have some outstanding payment on some ongoing projects.
Okay.
And we roll them into 2023 budget. We want to finish paying, then we start afresh on that project, so that it will roll into our AAP next year. Then we take it up from there. We are looking forward to pay all outstanding payments before taking new projects.
Okay, all right. But have you taken any action on the recommendation of the auditors?
Yes.
What did you do?
We paid 100,000 from IGF.
IGF to the common fund account.
To the common fund account.
All right, so you continue to pay until the entire 234 is transferred to the common fund account, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, continue to do that. I think that'll be all for you, your discharge. Equipim North. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Berima Ewuasapon Esiedulabi, MC for Equipim North. Please, my name is Francis K. Mensah, Coordinating Director.
I am James Osuban, the Municipal Finance Officer.
Gideon Mensah Kumashi, Internal Auditor.
All right, so Equipim North, you have one issue in the Common Fund Report, paragraph 310. Deputy Ranking.
Equipim North, you failed to attach the expenditure documents and statements of claim and receipts to payment vouchers for goods and services totaling an amount of 6,875 Ghana cedis from your District Assembly Common Fund. Have you been able to locate these payment vouchers?
Yes, please, Honorable Chairman. We've gotten all the necessary supporting documents, the acquittals, and that has been presented to the auditors. They've already done their verification.
All right, thank you. But usually what accounts for these delays?
I strongly believe that it was due to misfiling. In fact, I wasn't the finance officer at the time. It is all that I'm saying is that it is the, questions that I had to, put to schedule officers. And what came out is the fact that there were misfiling.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Auditors are able to verify.
Honorable Chair, we have the receipt to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to the IGF report, paragraph 295. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unsubstantiated payments of 27,245. This amount mentioned, involving 17 PVs, could not be substantiated with relevant documents. The auditors therefore asked that you, the coordinating director and the finance officer, should refund this money to the assembly. Have you done the refund?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, yes. It's not the refunding, just that the documents that were supposed to be used to substantiate the payments were retrieved and shown to the auditors for verification, which has been done.
I'm sure you heard the chairman's announcement at the start of the program.
Yes, please, I perfectly did.
If you don't do it within the 30 days, no document will be taken. Auditors, can you
It's well noted, sir.
Can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, the supporting documents have been provided and we have verified them. Thank you.
Chairman, we are good to move to the next one.
Thank you. The next one is paragraph 301. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 301 is about unremitted tax. We are payment of you deducted tax to the tune of 9,676.10 Ghana cedis and failed to remit same to a GRA. The recommendation is that the coordinating director should remit the withheld tax to GRA. Has that been done?
Yes, please, Honorable Chair.
When was that done?
Come again.
When was that? Chairman, I'm asking that because I don't really understand why these infractions, keep recurring. The law says after 15 days within the month, you should remit whatever you have deducted to GRA. And you wait until, you travel to meet the Public Accounts Committee before, you address the issue. It's a simple one. Whatever you have deducted, just remit. So when was this done?
Per the information that I gathered from the shuttle officer, it was effected in 2021, Honorable Chair.
All right. Auditors, are you able to confirm?
Honorable Chair, the amount was settled November 2021. Thank you.
Chairman.
That will be all for Ekwapimno. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's have Achimansan. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Honorable Paula Samoa. This is Chief Executive.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Seth Endimbodi, District Coordinating Director.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Jacob Abapo, District Internal Auditor.
Honorable Chair, I'm Aram Yamwame, District Finance Officer.
Okay. So, you have one issue in the Common Fund, paragraph 342, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The auditors found out that you abandoned 3 projects, and the period that these projects have been abandoned is 3 years. And at the time of the audit, 24% completion has happened in 5 of these projects. The contract sum was 647,344 Ghana cedi, and you have made payments of 134,102 cedis. They recommend that you prioritize your projects and not award any new project until you have completed these abandoned projects. Have you now completed these projects, considering that this is 2020 audit and we are in 2023?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have not completed all. We And we have not awarded any new project. We've been paying for projects, abandoned project, a PAC project for years. So we are strategically making payment to clear the arrears. So we are not awarding.
Is it to suggest that there are more than 5 projects abandoned, or just these ones? Or you yourself have identified more that didn't come to the attention of the auditors?
No, all the projects have been completed. I'm talking about what we inherited. We have cleared them. And these ones are what we are fighting to clear ahead.
So what's the status now? It was 24%. Now, what percentage are we talking about? MC, you can let him answer. If he is the one who has the information, you can let him answer. He can answer.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just like my DC said, we have not awarded any new projects, but beyond the projects the auditors captured, there were some projects that had been completed but had not been paid for which payment had to be made. And so currently, the Assembly has been making payment for those projects. We want to finish with the payment for those completed but not paid for, and then we can tackle the ones that the auditors picked.
So it's still at the 24%?
Yes,
stage.
please.
Auditors, well, I don't know what to ask you to confirm, because they themselves are saying it's still at 24%. Mr. Chairman, they have a reason that completed projects not paid for, so they are paying those ones. So as a result of that, they haven't come to these 5 abandoned projects. Very soon, they will end up. They haven't awarded any new project also.
I heard the Honorable Chief Executive say that these are the projects they inherited. Is that the case?
Yes, please, Honorable Chair.
Okay. You inherited from whom?
From my predecessors.
Your
from the previous administration, yeah. From I was in office in 2017, so I made payment from 2017 to 2021.
Okay.
And I'm still paying.
Well, I'll prove to you that these are the projects which you did not inherit. This report was made in 2020, and the project, according to the auditors, have been abandoned for 3 years. So count from 2020 backwards. That's 2018. So you couldn't have inherited those ones.
Honorable Chair, these are projects in our books. Some of them we had to negotiate with the contractors because there was a lot of pressure on us. We inherited a project in the amount of 3.8 million Ghana cedis in 2017. And if you look at the total, we have made payment from 2017 till now. It is the reason why we decided not to award new contracts, so that we clear all these projects.
So since you took over in 2017, you have never awarded new project?
We awarded one 6-unit classroom block, but it was an emergency.
Okay.
The building collapsed, and the 2 children were outside the school premises, and it was not good for the health of the student.
All right, that's okay. So now you have finished paying for those completed ones which were not paid for. Now you have finished paying those ones.
Most of them. We have cleared most of them.
Which means that some are still there, which have not cleared.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So what is the plan for these 5 projects?
We are inviting the contractors to sit with them and get to know the current figures that we can be able to finish with the project. So in our last meeting, that's what we decided, that we are inviting all these contractors, then we sit down with them.
In fact, the prices will shoot up, because at the time these contracts were awarded, the prices of materials as compared to now, the difference is big.
Yes, please.
So
Honorable Chair,
prepare yourself.
Last year, you spoke and you spoke for us last year when we appeared before you. Even my assembly administration block, I just finished paying it just this December. Our assembly was created in 2008. There was no fund given to the assembly. And as I sit here, the central government has not given us any single project from the central office. Okay. The assembly block, DC residents, coordinated residents were put up through the common fund releases. And it has brought a lot of challenges to the assembly. So I'm sure I'm the only assembly in Ghana that was not given fund since it was created.
Ajay Boatin, you didn't try. You were the deputy minister in the Ministry of Local Government. You didn't give anything to Achimansa. Huh?
There was no seed fund.
No, they did well because out of their own resources, they were able to put up an administration block.
Yes.
Yes, that one.
But when you create a new assembly, you have to give them seed money.
Honorable Sir, the reason why I'm struggling till now.
But that was 2008. I wasn't a deputy minister then.
I know. I know. But even when you also came, you didn't do anything.
I've gone through a lot from 2017. And I didn't want to blame my predecessors because they were in very critical conditions because the assembly was in a classroom block. So the DC had no option than to use the common fund to put up the project. And so, even though I was under pressure, I didn't want to blame my previous chief executive because I would have done the same thing.
We are going to make a recommendation.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I'll be very happy.
Clerk, please take notes on this particular one so that we'll take it as a recommendation for the Ministry of Local Government to do something to them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Because of that, they are still finding it difficult to stand on their feet. But if they are giving some support now, I think it will help them. Maybe some special fund from the local common fund administrator.
Honorable Chair, I'm lucky I have a very good member of parliament who have been supporting us. Other than that,
who is your member of parliament?
Honorable Kujo Oponkroma, the information minister.
Oh, okay.
He has been so helpful to us. Other than that, it would have been...
Would have been in trouble. All right. Okay. No, the delegates are not here.
You should prepare for an avalanche from all the round of here because you have made a good PR.
I am not going to take any other plea from any DC or MC for your visit. I'm only doing it for Achimansa. So if you are planning that, hey, when I come, I also raise my point. Please don't do it. All right, so that will be all for you. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Let's have West Achim. Seven. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, my name is Seth Odrobodu, the MC.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Paul Mark Ufori, the coordinating director.
My name is Asim Enusenyo, the municipal finance officer. Thank you.
Zachary Arimiel, the internal auditor.
All right, so you have two issues in the IGF reports. And Deputy Ranking, you're not prepared. Paragraph 285.
Paragraph 285, Chairman.
Yes.
and it has to do with
Your issue is about rent arrears. West Achim, one occupant owed 1,486. Has he paid?
Mr. Chair, yes, it has been settled.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Paragraph 301, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the coordinating director and the finance officer of West Akim Municipal are recommended to be held personally liable to pay the amount of 2,258 Ghana cedi, 42 pesos to GRA for not withholding taxes due the state. Have you done so?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The taxes in question have been remitted to GRA appropriately.
Did you pay it personally, or what did you do? Because the recommendation says you do that personally. Did you pay personally, or?
No, it was not paid personally.
But so you went contrary to the report. The report clearly stated, I think there's a copy there, if you want me to read out for you, that we recommended that coordinating director and finance officer of West Akim Municipal Assembly should personally be held liable to pay the total amount. Of course, in your case, 2,258. It's not just you and Baby Bree, but your portion is 2,258. So if you didn't pay personally, you did something contrary to the report. Well, auditors, can you confirm first the payment of this amount? Then,
Honorable Chair, we can confirm the payment of the amount.
well, Chairman, the amount has been paid, but the Assembly says they didn't pay personally, they as recommended, and so maybe I leave it for your.
Yeah, so when they did not pay personally, your further question should be, what is the source of the money they used to pay? Probably you get more information there. So what is the source?
In fact, the taxes in question was withholding, which was not actually paid on time, as at the time of the audit. So immediately, the management report came out. The Assembly actually have to expedite action to remit the taxes in question. So that was what we did between the year 2020 and 2021. Thank you.
Which means that
you have not,
Assembly did not spend additional money.
No, please. No, please.
If Assembly had spent additional money, would have asked them to refund it. All right. That will be all for West Achim, your discharge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kindly introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Daniel Kenneth. I'm the District Chief Executive.
Samuel Afedu, District Coordinating Director.
Agnes Dumoga, District Finance Officer.
Issa Abdulmajid Kansen, Internal Auditor.
Okay, in a common fund report, paragraph 310, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction here is unsubstantiated payment. Your Assembly paid an amount of 8,704.60 No, 20,064.67 Ghana cedis. And the auditors could not substantiate the genuineness of the payment because you didn't have supporting document. Have you been able to resolve it?
Yes, please, it has been done.
Auditors, can you confirm that they have now substantiated the payment?
Honorable Chair, all the supporting documents amounting to 20,064.69 has been submitted for our review.
And you are satisfied?
Satisfied.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Hold on a moment. Let's go to the IGF. Paragraph 291. Honorable Queenster.
Thank you, Chairman. Uncollected revenue. Okay, your assembly failed to collect property rate worth 82,719. And the lapse was as a result of ineffective revenue collection from the management and the assembly. The recommendation was for the assemblies to engage their finance admission subcommittee to effective measures to recover the revenue arrears. Has it been done?
Yes, please, it has been collected.
The whole amount has been collected?
Yes. 40.
Auditors, can you confirm it it's been collected fully?
Honorable Chair, 46,637.72 has been corrected out of the 82,719.72. Thank you.
Madam, you said it has been collected.
Honorable Chair, I think the reason we said it has been collected is that I think the assembly was created from Kwapim North in 2018. So we had a ledger which comprised of all the, properties when we were together. And when we carved, we took our portion off. So I think when the auditors were doing the review, there were some portions that they took the general ledger. So later we explained to them that portions of what they took actually falls outside our jurisdiction. So the portion that falls within our jurisdiction has all been collected. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm for me, please?
Honorable Chair, those documents are not available to us now for us to confirm. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
But do you have the documents here?
Yes, Chair.
But why didn't you give them to the auditors for verification? Hmm? So, kindly give them to the auditor to verify. Auditors, verify and give us your findings.
Well noted, Chairman.
Okay. All right, so that'll be all for your discharge. Let's have a Asene across. So. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Alex Inkum, District Chief Executive.
Honorable Chair, my name is Gladys Asamoah Adai, BCD.
Honorable Chair, my name is Dennis Techi, District Finance Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Abukar Wahab Rashad, District Internal Auditor.
Edubua for Prince, District Budget Analyst.
Charles Akon, Head of Works.
So you have 3 issues in the Common Fund Report, paragraph 310. Honorable Isaac Opoku.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, paragraph 310 is about unsubstantiated payments. Asen Manso, you made payments to the tune of 9,421 via 3 PVs, and you failed to provide the necessary documents to authenticate the payments. The recommendation is that the coordinating director and the finance officer should refund the amount. Has it been refunded?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Auditors, can you confirm the refund?
Honorable Chair, the amount has been refunded.
Well done, Achemanzo. No, Asene across.
Yeah, so let's move to paragraph 345. It's our delay projects. You have 4 units, teachers' quarters at Suponsu. Is that correct? Suponsu. What is the status of that project?
Honorable Chair, it's been completed.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, it's completed.
All right, let's move to the last one, paragraph 351. Honorable Ajay Boatin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 351, this is a tax irregularity, and it relates to unremitted taxes. And for your particular assembly, you failed to remit 3,876.55. What is the situation now?
Honorable Chair, it's been done, and we have the receipt.
Can the auditors confirm for me, please?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That'll be all for Asene Manso across your discharge.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Ekwapin South. Kindly introduce yourself.
Honorable Chair, my name is Frank Edu, MC for Ekwapim South.
Honorable Chair, James Abugri, Municipal Planning Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ohene Kofi Akowa, Internal Auditor.
Honorable Chair, my name is Lois Asantoa Aye, Municipal Budget Analyst.
Honorable Chair, my name is Alfred Obinteria, the Finance Officer.
Thank you very much. You have only one issue in the IGF reports. It's about uncollected revenue. Now, Ekwapim South is about share of profits on bean projects with Zoom Lion. You have a project with Zoom Lion for refuse, the beans, okay. And the amount is 5,618.86. The recommendation is that you should recover the money from recover the money. Have you been able to do so?
Honorable Chair, yes, the money has been recovered.
Auditors, do you have any evidence to that?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the total amount has been recovered. Thank you.
So that will be all for Ekwapim South, your discharge.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now, let's have the next batch of All right, I'm going to call the next batch of assemblies to take the oath. Kwehu South. Kwehu South, kindly step forward. Followed by Fantiakwa South. Then Abuakwa South. Fantiakwa North. Baby Bree. Nsawam Aduajiri. Ayensuano. New Job in North. Yellow Krobo. These are the assemblies I have, so let's take them. Anyway, let's have Kwehu South to remain. Kwehu South. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
I'm Honorable Emmanuel Atofuri Senior, MC.
I'm Joseph Rimponayo, Coordinating Director.
I am Mawuli Ajaji, FO.
I'm Gloria Selassie, the Internal Auditor.
Thank you very much. I learned there was some mishap somewhere, so we are sorry for delay. You have only one issue in the IGF report. And it's about unpresented value books. So this involves 17 revenue collectors, 14 GCRs, and 60 market tickets. Now the value for the market tickets is 6,000, but we can't get a value for the GCRs. So tell us the update on this. Have you been able to get the 14 GCRs and the 60 market tickets?
Yes, we've been able to do that, Honorable Chair. And we made them available to the auditors.
Auditors, have they provided the 14 GCRs and then the 60 market tickets?
Honorable Chair, we have all the market tickets and the 14 GCRs, which we have gone through and verified.
Wow.
Thank you.
Kwehu, that'll be all for you. You are discharged.
We are grateful.
Thank you, Chairman.
Fantiakwa South. Junior, where is Junior? Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Ernesto Fosu, District Chief Executive.
Honorable Chair, I'm Nathaniel Ajuto, Coordinating Director.
Honorable Chair, my name is Isaaku Aminu Alasan, Finance Officer.
My name is Daniel Boache, District Budget Analyst.
Honorable Chair, I am Akoto Penyo, Internal Auditor.
Now you have two issues in the Common Fund report. The first one is paragraph 351. And it's about undeducted, unremitted taxes. So for Fantiakwa South, you have not deducted 9,860.15. Then you have not remitted 13,466.88, totaling 23,327.03. Have you been able to remit the 13,000 you deducted? Have you done that?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, can you confirm that they've done the 13,000 they deducted but did not remit? Have they done that?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that.
Okay. Then let's come to the undeducted one, the 9,860.15. What did you do about that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they were withholding taxes, and those taxes have been deducted and paid.
So you withheld it from the payment you made to the suppliers?
Yes, please.
Auditors, can you confirm that they've done that also?
Honorable Chair, out of the total of 23,327 Ghana cedis, 20,266.04 has been remitted, leaving a balance of 3,060.99. Thank you.
Yeah, so your issue is not confirmed by the auditors?
That is true, Honorable Chair. There were anomalies, so we had to sit down and do the necessary calculations. And the difference of 3,000 is duly paid. The receipt is here for verification.
So show the receipt to the auditors.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's move to the next one. Fantiakwa South, paragraph 733. And that one is under DDF. So, Honorable PAC.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. The issue at hand has to do with unremitted tax. According to the auditors, you failed to withhold taxes amounting to 2,242 Ghana cedis, 5 pesos. And they have recommended that the coordinating director and finance officer do well to remit the said amount to the Ghana Revenue Authority. Have you done that?
Honorable Chair, that too has been done.
Auditors, do you have evidence to confirm that this has been executed?
Honorable Chair, management has paid the total amount of 2,242.05. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let's go to the IGF report, paragraph 291. Honorable Queenster.
Thank you, Chairman. Uncollected revenue. Yeah, your assembly failed to collect revenue totaling 40,780. And the recommendation was for you to put in measures to recover the revenue arrears. Has it been done?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
How much have you collected?
Collected 40,780,000.
Please, can you confirm for me, auditors?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That'll be all for Fantiakwa South. You are discharged. Abuakwa South. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, Kusia Sabia and the Municipal Chief Executive.
Habib Mohammed, the Municipal Coordinating Director.
Abdurrahman Salam, Internal Auditor.
Umar Al Hassan, Accounts Officer.
Common Fund.
All right. Thank you very much. You have the first issue in the Common Fund report. Is that purchases not accounted for. The total amount is 16,580 Ghana cedis. Abuakwa South Municipal Assembly, you bought fuel from DACF main account, 16,580 Ghana cedis, without providing the relevant documentation. So the auditors are saying that they recommended that the amount should be recovered from the coordinating director and the finance officer. Has the recovery been made?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was the documentations to
No.
visualization.
Answer the question first.
No.
Has recovery been made?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Then you continue.
The documentations were provided to the auditors.
For the fuel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What document did you provide?
The logbooks. There were
At the time of the audit, where was the logbook?
It was the transport officer. Some of them, at the time, they said they were fully utilized. So what some of the drivers were using were like continuous one. So the transport officer was not able to provide the used logbooks that...
Why was he not able to provide? And we're able to provide it after?
Even that one, we have to make follow-up. He was even on posting. We have to make follow-up to bring him back, to make sure that we get all the documentations that were in his custody. So we're able to present them to the national auditors for verification.
Auditors, have you cited the logbook, and are you satisfied?
Honorable Chair, the documents have been provided, and we are satisfied with those documents. Thank you.
You. Let's go to the IGF report. Paragraph 291. Uncollected revenue. No, I think this should be a mistake. There's Abuakwa North also, Hey.
Yes,
Honorable
Mr.
Chief Executive. Yes. You've briefed a very... Came back to
because
your first. First, you are
I
very
haven't
hard.
cited that, and then when you mentioned it, I was asking them if they have seen anything like that. So when you said it was a Abuakwa North, then I could relax because I had not seen it.
Yes. So I realized that you just came down.
I needed to.
It should be for Abuakwa North, not South. But is Abuakwa North here? They're not here. All right. So that will be all for Abuakwa South.
Thank you,
You are discharged. Now let's have Fantiakwa North. Fantiakwa North. You're welcome. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Charles Oware Kenebua, DC Fantiakwa North, Begro, Eastern Region.
Honorable Chair, my name is Musa Yahya Froko.
Oh, okay.
DCD Fantiakwa North.
I'm Victoria Ashon, Finance Officer, Fantiakwa North.
My name is Augustine Usuyabwa, Head of Works.
I'm Sam Jacob, internal auditor.
Honorable Chair, I'm Dakwenes, FNA chairman.
All right, thank you. So in the Common Fund report, you have a number of issues. The first one is paragraph 322. And it's about failure to allocate funds to sub-district structures. And for Fantiako North, the amount is 19,568. The recommendation is that the coordinating director and the final officer should ensure that the transfer of this money is made to the district structure to enable them carry their mandate. Have you been able to do the transfer?
Yes, Honorable Chair. In fact, at the time of the auditing, there were no requests from the substructures, but subsequently, requests came and then we have done some payments to them.
What is the procedure? Does the law, the disbursement, the guideline, did he say that you only transfer upon request from the substructures, or once you receive your allocation, you do the transfer to them?
No, you transfer upon request from them. You don't give it to them when they have nothing to do with it.
So if in a particular quarter or even a year, no request is made from the substructures, what happened to that money?
Yeah, it's part of the assembly's money, and
it's not for the assembly, it's for the substructure of the assembly.
Yes, indeed, but
the guideline says that if no request is made by the substructure, the main assembly should spend the money.
No.
So it's for them. But you can also identify projects for them and spend the money on their behalf. That some assemblies have been doing that.
Yeah, that's true.
So this one, they have requested, so you transfer the money to them. Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
They confirmed that they have transferred the 19,568 to the substructures.
Honorable Chair, the amount was transferred on 2nd November 2022.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next one, paragraph 342. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Fantiakwa North, you have 4 projects that have reached 92% completion, which you've abandoned as at the time of audit for 2 years. Amount involved here is 1.256209 million cedis, and you have paid 622,666 Ghana cedi. The auditors have recommended that you prioritize your project execution and complete these ones before awarding any new project. Have you since completed these 4 projects?
Mr. Chairman, they have been completed and they are in use.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the project has been completed and they are in use. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we can move to the next item.
All right, so let's go to paragraph 345. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. From abandoned projects to delayed projects. Fantiakwa, you abandoned one of your projects, rehabilitation of administration block, which was 70% complete. No, you rather delayed for 12 months, which it was 70% complete. And you had committed 63,000, a little over 63,000 out of the contract sum of 179,400 99. The recommendation was that you were to ensure that the contractor returned to site and completes the said project. What is the status of the project now?
Honorable Chair, it's completed and it's in use.
Auditors?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that all the projects are in use now.
Chairman, we can move on. The project has been complete.
Let's move on to paragraph 348. Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. 348. Purchase not accounted for Fantiakwa North District. COVID-19 PPEs. That's the items. And the District Assembly Common Fund, MP's Common Fund. PVs is 4, and the amount is 125,014.50. The recommendation is that the total amount should be recovered from the coordinating director and the finance officers of the Assembly. Please, have you recovered the money?
Honorable Chair, no, please, but the documents were retrieved from the Honorable MP.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if you have gotten the document and you are satisfied with it?
Honorable Chair, all the documents covering the distribution of items has been received and verified.
That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
All right, let's go to paragraph 723. Honorable Ajay Boatin.
Chairman, thank you. Fantiakwa North, this has to do with delayed projects. And the project description is 2 number community mechanized boreholes at Begro and Ahuma Maso. At the time of the audit, the project had been delayed for 6 months, even though you had made payments to the tune of 89,901. What is the current status of those 2 projects?
Honorable Chair, it has been completed and it's in use.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
That will be all for me, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to IGF. Now, the IGF, we don't have anything for Fantiakwa North. So that means we've come to the end of Fantiakwa, your discharge. Baby Bree. Can you introduce yourself to the committee?
I'm Sethen Tribuasiako, MC, Baby Bree.
I am Owusu, the coordinating director.
I was Solomon, internal auditor.
Branson Obro, finance officer.
Thank you very much. So paragraph, in the Common Fund report, paragraph 342, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At Baby Bree, we have one project that has been abandoned for 5 years and is 70% completed. What is the status of this project now?
Mr. Chairman, we have repackaged and we are about to honor it once again because there has been some changes. It was an ordinary KVIP and the community needed a water closet and therefore we needed to repackage and then expand it for them. So we have done that. We are about to finish with it.
I'm curious. KVIP, that the contract sum was 94,950. And he had paid 83,704. So what is the repackaged amount now? Because 5 years ago, cement was about less than 27 cities. And now it's close to 100 cities in some areas. So what is the repackaged amount now?
The problem was about the contractor. He was not forthcoming when I took over, and we realized he's just abandoned it. And we, in fact, searched for him and we were not finding. So we decided to find means of at least packaging it and then do it with the retention left.
Let me ask again. What is the repackaged amount?
It has we are going to use the retention to do that.
Let me ask again. The new contract for this project, what is the amount? The repackaged amount. If we're going to give it out as a contract, there has to be an amount.
In fact, my engineers told me it will be in the range of 50,000.
50,000 to complete it?
Yes.
So are we sure? Because I don't want us to come back here and this would still be another abandoned project, because I suspect it will cost even far more than, maybe twice as much. Engineer, is an engineer here?
No, he's not.
And he just told you off the cuff that it will cost 50,000.
Yes, I was concerned about it because of the demand of the community. And therefore, I asked him to do
valuation.
Yes, and tell me so that we can find means of finishing it for them. And that's what he told me. In fact, it is at the 90% finished, just that we need to do some expansion for them. That's all. So, and I think the 50 could do.
Auditors, could you confirm what he's saying?
Honorable Chair, the state that we found as at the time we went there is still the same, so we don't have any repackaged documents to that effect. Thank you.
The report is saying 70% complete. This year you are saying 90% complete. So which of them is the correct one? The report says 70% complete. You are mentioning 90%.
Mr. Chairman, it was my engineers who told me that it's almost 90%, and that's why they gave me that amount.
Assembly engineers versus audit engineers.
Sir, you see why I'm very concerned about the amount he told you. The auditor said it was 70%. Engineer tells you it was 90%. Almost completed. And now he's telling you it will cost 50,000. Without me seeing the building, I doubt it. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
No, it means that the project is almost 8 years abandoned now. Because if the report for 2020 says 5 years, we're in 2023, still it's not completed, then it's 8 years already abandoned. Honorable Chief Executive, kindly do something about this project.
Mr. Chairman, I will.
The next one is paragraph 345, Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. It's a similar problem. Delay projects, amount involved about 348,000 so far paid. 70% completion stage. 2020 observation by the auditors. So I want to find out, we're in 2023, has there been any further progress? Because the auditor's recommendation is that we should try and complete it.
We were having problem with the contractor because he was talking about price hikes and other things. So we realized the contractor were not forthcoming. So we've abrogated the contract with him, and we are planning to give it to another person to finish. It's a community court, and
yes, I see that it's a magistrate court.
Yes, it's in this year's budget, and I hope we'll get money to do it, to finish.
I am aware that the Common Fund Administrator, in conjunction with the Ministry of Local Government, they are building some courts. Have you brought this to their attention so that they can take this up as part of those over 100 courts that they are building? They can complete it for you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've written to them to the extent of even the CJ himself,
okay,
indicating that we need help.
Okay.
And he has assured us.
Okay.
That's why we are a bit crawling, because the amount is huge and we needed their support, and they've assured us.
So have you done the repackaging for them?
Yes, we've done that and sent it to the CJ himself.
Okay, but I know that is the funding is from the Common Fund Administrator. So let me advise that you send a copy to the Common Fund Administrator.
Thank you.
Very well. I'm interested in getting that.
Thank you.
But have you brought this to the attention of the auditors? This new development.
Yes.
You see, so that this year when they come, I don't want them to flag it the way they flag it in 2020, so that they will know about the progress of work.
Yes.
The efforts we are making to get it completed.
Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm that this has been brought to your attention?
Honorable Chair, we don't have any documents to that effect. Thank you.
Okay, but once we have this information, try and get copies of the efforts that they're making to get this. It's a courthouse. We need it. Yes. Chairman, that will be all.
Let's go to IGF. Paragraph 301, Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with unremitted non-deduction of tax withholdings. And for Kwabrim, tax not withheld is 3,721 at the time. Has this been paid to GRA, and do you have the requisite document for it?
Honorable Chair, yes, please, we've done that.
Audit Service, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Chairman, that'll be it.
Your next infraction is about delayed penalty that you paid as a result of delay in remitting SNIT contribution to SNIT. And for Baby Bree, the amount is 400 cities, 64 pesos. Then the auditors are recommending that the coordinating director and the finance officer should pay that penalty. Has it been paid?
Yes, sir.
What is the source of that? Is it personal from you and the coordinating director?
Coordinating director himself pay personally.
Personally. All right. Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the 400 was paid on the 11th of May, 2023. Thank you.
11th of May. Today is what? Today is 17th of May. All right. That'll be all for Baby Bree. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's have Nsawam Adwajiri. Kindly introduce yourself.
Isaac Ojobuabin, MC in Samadwajiri.
Honorable Chair, my name is Jeremiah Ajekuma Mwafo, Coordinating Director.
Honorable Chair, I'm Rebecca Akanchise, Municipal Finance Officer.
Lucio Nagnesia, Internal Auditor.
All right, thank you. Common Fund Report, paragraph 310. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Nsawam Adwajiri, you made payment to the tune of 8,704.60, but failed to provide the necessary supporting documents for the auditors to verify. The recommendation is that the amount was to be refunded by the coordinating director and the finance officer. Has the amount been refunded?
Please, Chair, as at the time the audit was going on, there were 6 students that we paid their school fees. And as at that time, they are not vacated, so they never brought the receipts. But 3 of them brought back their receipts. And 3, for 6 months running, they never came for their checks. So the check went still. So we've since made the reverse payment. So we have submitted our bank reconciliations and our cash transcript to the auditor.
Auditors, are you able to confirm what the Honorable Madam is saying?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that.
Chairman, we are good to go.
Thank you. Honorable Sophia, paragraph 720.
720, abandoned projects. In Nsawam Adwajiri, you have 3 projects, and it's been abandoned for 3 years, and the total amount is 341,997.39. The recommendation is that management of the Assembly should ensure that priority is given to the abandoned project before embarking on new one. What do you have to tell the committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have been able to complete 2 of the 3, which are currently in use. The 3rd one has been terminated for re-award, but we are yet to re-award it.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if 2 have been completed and is in use?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm 2 projects have been completed and is used, and the last one, which is the cannery quarters for Chief Compound, is still on hold. Thank you.
That's all for that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, so you speed up and re-award that one for it to be completed. The next one is paragraph 730. Honorable Ajebwati.
Chairman, thank you. 730 talks about unjustified occupation of Slaughterhouse as a private residence. The Assembly constructed a slaughterhouse at the cost of 182,931. The project, since its completion on 26 August 2016, has been occupied by the 2020 presidential candidate for Ghana Freedom Party without any, any justification.
Who is that?
Honorable Chair,
Yeah, so the auditors recommended that you expedite action to eject the illegal occupant.
Ghana Freedom Party. Is it
Ekweadonko?
Okay.
So that was prior to 2020. We are now in 2023. Hopefully you should be able to tell us that you have ejected from the place. Has it been done?
Honorable Chair, the Assembly from that time has been having a battle in the court with Madame Ekweadonko. We had favorable judgment to evict her just last month, April. But the supervising High Court judge is yet to sign the directive to the police so that eviction will be effected. And we are awaiting that.
But the signing of that one too, why should it delay?
Our understanding is that he is currently not available.
Available?
Yes.
But is she personally living in the slaughterhouse?
Honorable Chair, yes. Some of the time you find her there, but other times she will not be around. But you go and put a padlock on it and she breaks it and then reoccupy. And she's been making a whole lot of cases for us, so we have decided not to touch her and allow the court process.
Is she using it as a residence?
Yes.
Hey, right.
But Chairman, we want to find out from them. So, as part of the orders which were made by the court, the court asked for rent to be paid by the illegal occupant.
Madam Chair, no, the court only directed that she be evicted.
So, you use the Assembly's resources to put up a slaughterhouse. One, you deny yourself the use of the facility, and the people don't benefit from the facility that has been put up. Somebody occupies the thing without your knowledge, and then they rent nothing. But what happened? How did she get access to the building?
Madam Chair, the project had been completed and we needed to connect electricity to the facility. Though that wasn't part of the contract, so we needed to do that for the butchers to be able to go in. It was just around that time that Madame Ekweadonko went to break the door, the padlocks, and went. When we tried to eject her, she quickly went to the court, and in fact, that is the story that has been running.
She went to court?
Yes.
And the court said what?
And indeed, not just we attempting to eject her, but making allegations that the chief executive and the presiding member have brought guns and all that. So there was a series of allegations that she made that we needed the court to handle. That is what has been the case.
But the project, had it been handed over to the Assembly?
The project. By then, the contractor had not handed over to that.
So the responsibility was for the contractor to take care of the facility. So that is why you had this problem. In any case, the chairman, you deal with it.
Honorable members, the case going to court. The court has ruled. Let's leave it at that point. No, it's okay. But he went to court. The issue went to court, and then the court has ruled that she should be what? Ejected. So let's leave it at that point. Once somebody found a slaughterhouse comfortable to stay. All right, that'll be all for Nsawam Adwajire. You are discharged.
Thank you.
No, they are not the IGF.
Oh, sorry, we have, you see. Oh, you have 3 more for IGF.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, I don't call one to. All right, so IGF, the first one is paragraph 272, but I'm told that it's an error, so we'll leave it. So let's go to 275, Honorable PAC.
275. Mr. Chairman, I still want to talk about Slaughterhouse matters. I want to reopen the chapter. Go and be dwelling in a slaughterhouse. Thank you, Chairman. 275. This has to do with detachment of 55 original GCB leaflets. According to GCB leaflets, GCR leaflets. Chairman, I need to change my glasses. The auditors indicate that one Mr. Smart, Amoafo Godwin, Director of NADMO, headed a revenue mobilization task force and was issued GCR books with serial numbers, and they provide the list. Apparently, the calculation indicates that the total amount that should have been recovered from the said booklets was 31,726 Ghana cedis, 54 pesos for the 55 booklets. Mr. Smart has been unable to account for this, and the auditors are recommending that either he is made to provide the said amount, or in default, the finance officer should be held liable to pay the amount to the assembly. What action have you taken with regards to this?
Thank you, Chair. As at the time audit reports came, EOCO had picked up this issue and also came up with an amount of 23,072 cedis. Mr. Godwin has since paid 20,000, leaving a balance of 3,000. But as we speak, we informed him about Auditor-General's report, that is the 31,726. So for now, I don't know, we would find out from you whether he has to pay what Auditor-General has recommended, or the EOCO. EOCO, he has a balance of 3,072 cedis. And if we want to go by the Auditor-General, he has 11,000 to pay.
So that means when the issue came up, EOCO became involved.
Yes, please.
And so EOCO then had activated processes to help retrieve these monies.
Yes, please.
And according to EOCO, the balance left as far as they are concerned is 3,000.
And 72 cedis.
Do we know the timelines? When was the last time you heard from EOCO with regards to the balance? Because it is possible that this may have happened after the audit report was concluded.
You know, this payment, the last time, we had the letter from EOCO when we were coming to check on how often he's been paying and the balance as at last month. And this was the report they gave us, giving us the serial numbers of the receipts that they've been issuing to him, totaling 20,000.
But since you obtained the report from EOCO, have you made that available to the auditors?
Yes, we made it to the auditors. Yes, please.
Auditors, what do you have to say with regards to this? Because based on the report that we are getting now, it looks as though Mr. Smart has been making payments in excess of what you have captured as his indebtedness.
No, not in excess.
Honorable Chair, we are still expecting the 31,722.54, which for our information, nothing has been paid. Thank you.
So that means that you have not seen the Yoko letter that the accountant, the DFO is referring to.
Honorable Chair, we don't have such information. Thank you.
Chairman, this is the issue at hand. The Assembly has a letter from Yoko indicating that Mr. Smart has been making payments, and what remains is 3,000. On the other hand, the auditors are insisting that they don't have any evidence to that effect, and so they expect that the 31,726 Ghana cedis, 54 Ghana pesos, ought to be paid by Mr. Smart, or, as they have recommended, the finance officer should be held liable. I yield to you with regards to how we can reconcile these two divergent positions.
Before we even get to that, auditors, I'm struggling to calculate how you arrive at the 31,726 cedis. Can you help us on that one?
Honorable Chair, the 55 GCRs leaflets was multiplied by what was being used to correct, and that came up to the 31,726.54. It was a uniform rate that it was being used to collect.
But I think that under paragraph 227, you stated that some of the leaflets also, as it about 9 or so, has been accounted for. So it is no more 55. Am I right?
Honorable Chair, what we said was that we have received the 9 leaflets, which amounted to 56, but the 560.
Yeah.
But the rest was what we calculated, and it amounted to the 31,726.54.
So you took the 9 leaflets out?
Yes.
Leaving 45, right? So you took the 9 out, leaving 46 or something, 46. And if my calculation, if you divide the 7,499, if that is the one you are using, by 13, and you multiply by 46, I'm not sure you get 31,000.
Anyway, Chairman, the issue is that, the letter from Yoko, which indicates that some amounts have been refunded or paid, you have not shown it to the auditors. Do you have it here? Yeah, okay, you make a copy or you give a copy to the auditors so that they can verify. At least we need to verify that some amounts have been paid. But where is Mr. Godwin now?
Honorable Chair, he's in the office.
He's still working with you?
Yes.
You don't see that as a potential danger?
Honorable Chair, we don't involve him in revenue collection again. It was a special assignment that we wanted heads of department to assist to mobilize revenue. And we experienced that issue. So since then, NADMO has not been involved in it.
Was it established by your office that he stole the money or he didn't steal the money? Was that established?
Honorable Chair, we couldn't establish that it was a deliberate stealing of the money. And in actual fact, Honorable Chair, he wasn't the one that used the GCR.
Okay.
He supervised his team because he's the NADMO director, so he took the GCR in his name.
Okay.
That is why he's been held responsible for it.
Well, thank you. I didn't follow the argument, but what I just saw is that the 31,000 computed by the auditors is what should have been realized from the 55 leaflets. And the basis of arrival at that figure is to divide the 7,499 by 13 and multiply it by 55. That's how they arrived. So the amount that we will expect from him should be 31,000.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So if he had paid something, then it should be deducted from 31,000, and the balance is what is outstanding for him to pay.
Honorable Chair, he has so far paid 20,000 to Yoko.
So the difference of 11,000 plus is still outstanding for him to pay. All right. So let's move to paragraph 285. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Sawamedwejiri, you have 39 occupants who owe you 56,195 Ghana cedis in rent. What is the status of this amount?
Honorable Chair, we have managed to retrieve 52,773 Ghana cedis, 20 pesos. However, we are yet to update our district auditor on the latest figure that we have obtained. But we have the receipt here.
What about the rest of the amount?
Chair, there are 3 retirees that owe 3,421, and they have since left the municipality. They retired some time ago, so we are still tracing them to retrieve their money from them.
See, when did you collect this amount that you haven't updated the auditors?
Honorable Chair, we have been updating them only up to a point. The latest payment of 4,000. Yeah, 4,148 is what we have not yet updated them with.
Could the auditors confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm an amount of 48,625.20 that was received earlier on. So we are yet to receive the 4,148 from them. Thank you.
So let's have the last one for Nsawam Duajiri, paragraph 291, Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you very much. Duajiri, you have been cited for not collecting some revenue, property rates, and rates to be paid by some rest houses in excess of 333,000. You are very rich. 2020 observation, 2023, what's the situation? Have you recovered them?
Honorable Chair, in fact, this one was a variant.
Have you recovered them? Then you can explain. Yes or no, then you can explain.
No, please.
Okay, now tell us why.
Yeah, it was a variance between our budgeted and amount collected. So when we drew the attention, they got to know that because we had collected 80.4% during 2020. So they saw that it was a variance that they should have, they capture it as a variance but said uncollected.
Oh, and you brought this to the attention of the auditors?
Yes, please.
Auditors, can you confirm that it was a misdescription?
Honorable Chair, the issue was that they were it was a target that was set for the Western people to pay. And that is why at the time of our visit, it was short of this amount, and we captured it as uncorrected and not evidence as such. Thank you.
No, but Mr. Moser, I disagree with you. In a sense that if the revenue is earned or realized and not collected, then you can capture it. If the revenue has been realized and not collected, then you can collect it, you can capture it as uncollected revenue. If it has not been realized, it is not a revenue for the assembly. You just, the difference is a target. I didn't meet the target, there's a gap. I have not earned that, I have not realized that revenue, so why should I go and collect it? Okay? Unless you want to tell Minister of Finance that if you set target for GRA to collect certain amount of revenue in a year, and they are not able to collect that much, Minister of Finance should go and get the money and refund it. It is not realized. So, the officers who go there to do the audit, please tell them to know the difference between this.
Well noted, Chairman.
All right, so in sound, that'll be all for you.
Thank you.
Ayen Swano. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
My name is Frederick Bagba, Head of Works.
Honorable Chair, my name is Brahma Stephen Moro, District Coordinating Director.
Honorable Chairman, I'm Fifi Amachi, the District Finance Officer.
Honorable Chair, I'm Percy Tinkran, the Senior Accountant.
Honorable Chair, I'm Erica Mankwa, Assistant Director.
Where is the District Chief Executive?
For now, she's not with us, Honorable Chair. She's not here. She's sick. She's attending.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll start with the Common Fund Report, paragraph 310, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction here is unsubstantiated payment
your assembly paid an amount of 117,018 cedis on 15 PVs without necessary documentation to support, and the auditors couldn't verify the genuineness of these transactions. Have you been able to resolve it with the auditors so that the genuineness can be ascertained?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've provided all the necessary documents to the auditors. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm that they have been able to justify the over 117,000 payment they made?
Honorable Chair, we've not been able to confirm, and the reason being that the document was just given to the district auditor yesterday evening. Yeah, so we've not been able to confirm.
Chairman, that is the situation. I'll defer to you. The auditors are yet to receive.
Yes, I think this is the finance officer, right?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You are raising your hand.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, to the best of my knowledge, there was an outstanding amount of 3,075 just before we came here. We found the document and presented it to the auditors. One of these were invitation. There were some visitors to the assembly, and there were no letters on the PV indicating that they were coming to the assembly. So the auditors wanted letters to show that actually the people came to the assembly. So we had to go to the registry, the receipts, where they receive letters, and we were able to retrieve those letters. The reason was that the memo was in 2019. So the letters were in 2019, and we were able to retrieve those letters and added and brought it to the attention of the district auditor. So I know that 3,075 was what was outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So not the 115,000, 117,000.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It's 3,000.
And 75. That's
75.
Yes, Mr.
Auditors, is it true that they have provided documents leaving a balance of 3,075 for which you are looking for, and for which they claim that they have submitted it?
Honorable Chair, as I stated earlier on, the document was submitted just yesterday, so we cannot be able to confirm the assertion being made.
No,
thank you.
The document which was submitted just yesterday,
yes,
is it the one that covers the 3,075?
Honorable Chair, for the entire amount.
For the entire 117,000? Wow.
Mr. Chairman.
Finance officer.
Yes, I respectfully disagree, because I went there in 2021. We've done a lot of work on this, because it's very uncomfortable coming to sit here, then be exposed that you've not done anything. We did a lot of work on it. So actually, I'm very surprised.
Do you know the district auditor?
Yes, I know her.
Is she here?
Yes, please.
Is she the madam behind John?
Yes.
Madam, are you saying that they have not given you any document covering the entire 117,000 plus?
Until yesterday.
Until yesterday?
The unsubstantiated amount was 117,018, and they did an acquittal of 113,943.
So how much is left?
3,075.
But you are saying the entire figure.
Yeah. With this, they have acquitted the 3,075 yesterday.
Good. So the one which is outstanding for which they have acquitted only yesterday is not the entire 117, but 3,075. It is now clear now.
They have acquitted 116,983.55 with an outstanding amount of 34.45.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that is okay. That is sufficient. So you have a balance of 34.45.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll consult my colleague so that he pays the balance. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So let's now move on to the next paragraph 314, Honorable PAC.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. The issue at hand has to do with misapplication of program funds. According to the auditors, an amount of 215,000 Ghana cedis, 399.18 from the District Assembly Common Fund was used on protocol food items and funeral donations. The auditors have therefore asked the coordinating director to ensure that the amount is refunded from the IGF to the DACF account. Have you returned the said amount to the District Assembly Common Fund account?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate we've not yet returned the amount, but strenuous efforts are being made to improve the IGF situation, and hopefully we'll be able to do that by the close of the year, if God permits.
But as the auditors have rightly indicated in paragraph 315, this practice of misapplying funds reduces program funds and has a tendency of impeding the timely implementation of approved programs and activities. Clearly, the people are bearing the brunt of this misapplication. You have spent money that should go to projects on protocol food items and funerals. Is that why you are giving these monies? Why would you choose to do that? When we have no schools, we have no cheap compounds. Look at the many challenges that we face. And you've squandered this colossal amount of money on food, protocol food items and funerals. Why? Who are you hosting? I've asked you a question. There has to be a reason. Protocol food items.
Mr. Chairman, it's very unfortunate that this happened. But in my engagement with management at the time, it was because they had issues with their revenue generation during the COVID era. So unfortunately, they relied a lot on the common fund, which should not have been the case. So management, like I'm saying, have resolved, and we are hoping to refund that amount, Mr. Chairman.
You have not answered my question. Protocol food items. How does that relate to COVID? Are you saying that these were monies that were used to procure food to give to people with the onset of COVID? So I want to hear what the protocol food items were for.
Yeah, Mr.
What was the occasion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, ordinarily, like you mentioned, it's the IGF that's supposed to take care of these items. And it is unfortunate that they struggled with revenue during that time. I'm saying that that is the cause.
Mr. Accountant,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
question is that if you say protocol food item, what do you mean by that?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the information I have is that these were foods provided to the less privileged within the district during the COVID era.
It cannot be true. Is your
So
area,
you had a lockdown?
Is your area covered under COVID for those who should be given hot meal per day or something?
Mr. Chairman.
Your area is not covered by
yes,
that?
that's the information that I was given, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, for the sake of clarity, there are 3 items: protocol, food items, and funeral donations. Protocol, food items, and funeral donations. I think we should be asking for a breakdown. It just doesn't look and sound right. It doesn't. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to you.
Yeah, I think that you are not making any effort to transfer the money from your IGF. We have just checked your IGF. It's over 5 million, getting to 6 million. 2020, how much? 2020, 6.3 million. That is your total IGF.
In 2020, the total IGF was around 480, Mr. Chairman.
So where from this?
Mr. Chairman, when you look at the details, it's not...
Okay, we've seen it, 486,000.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, when you look at the details of the appendix, it's not just the 3 items. Yes, some of them were part. The 215 did not cover just the food.
No, but why do you use the common fund for these items?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I apologize, and I'm saying that... as
it is against the law.
So we hopefully will refund it this year, Mr. Chairman.
Why? When we get to the next infraction, it's also about overspending of your administrative amount of the common fund. Why?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I'm saying that we've made quite strenuous efforts to improve the IGF. If you look at 2022, our IGF was... You're talking about 2020? Yes, I'm just trying to create a trend that we did. We made a lot of efforts to improve.
You
our
say
IGF.
that you refund by the end of the year, right?
Hopefully, Mr. Chairman.
Auditors, take note. District auditor, take note. They should refund this money by the close of the year from the IGF. The amount is 215,399.18 Ghana cedis. They should refund it by the close of the year from the IGF to the common fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will note this and do same.
No, it's not. We are not taking hopefully. We are saying that you should make sure the refund is made by the close of the year. Now, I have an announcement that a car key has been misplaced. So if you find any car key, kindly bring it here. So let's go to the next one, paragraph 317. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I answer again. You are supposed to spend only 20% of your common fund. You spend 46.8%. You were supposed to spend 328,066 Ghana cedis. You spent 441. No, you were supposed to spend 328, but you spent 768. So you overspent by 440,000 Ghana cedis. And you spent it on workshops. I hope the workshops covered how to keep invoices, how to read what you are supposed to spend your common fund on. You spend money on training. I don't know what kind of training, because if you look at the list of infractions, Ayinsuano, you are one of the top with infractions for 2020. So I don't know how the workshops and the training helped you. Then you spend the excess common fund on protocols, fuel, and stationery. And then you give the same excuse about COVID-19 pandemic negatively affected the internally generated funds. You cut your coat according to the cloth you have. So if your revenues have gone down, you cut your expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very much appreciative of the advice. Actually, in subsequent years, we didn't fall foul to that because of the efforts we made in the revenue mobilization.
Was somebody keeping track of your IGF that you were making?
We provide yearly accounts to the auditors, so I'm sure they have the figures that we have here.
Did you keep track of it to see that, hey, this is our projection, now it's going down, so we need to cut down expenses. Your expenditure should correlate to your revenue. But because the common fund is there, Yenchendi.
Mr. Chairman, like I'm saying, in subsequent years, this practice has not been encouraged.
Has your revenue improved? The IGF revenue, has it improved now?
Yes, sir. We are very proud of our hard-working revenue team, because from 2020, from a figure of 486, in 2022, we had 707. And Ayinsuano is predominantly an agriculture district. So collecting revenue there, Mr. Chairman, is not easy, but we work very hard.
Well, so how are you going to...
And even because of the performance of our district, I understand that Bank of Ghana through SIF is going to give us projects which ordinarily would have been carried out by the common fund. So our revenue has improved.
Needs to go to IMF. Is he a bailout or what? So you have to refund this one also from your IGF.
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation was that we should work hard to actually improve our IGF. So we've worked really hard.
Should I read the recommendation to you?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My attention has been drawn, so I was looking at something else. So
but I'll read it. We recommended to the coordinating director to improve on the revenue mobilization of the assembly and refund the 440,000 plus from the IGF account into the DACF account. So you didn't read even the recommendation, you didn't read it fully.
Yes, I accept, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me.
So how do you intend refunding this one?
Mr. Chairman, honestly speaking, when you put the two together, that is over 90% of our IGF. So we are going to do our best.
You are telling me that it's impossible to do.
Mr. Chairman, like that's the figures that I just gave. When you put the two together, that is...
All right, this is what you are going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your common fund. The law says you spend 20% on administrative expenses. You are no more going to spend 20%. You spend 10%. Auditors take note of that.
Mr. Chairman, because you say the auditors should take note of that, we've already received some tranche of common fund.
You have already?
Yes. So the
20, from now, what
yes,
you be receiving
so
from
the
now?
next ones that to be released, so that you draw the attention of the auditors.
What you be receiving from this point
Yes, sir. Thank you very
They
much.
should spend 10%. By way of that, they are paying back what they have spent, overspent, back into the common fund account. That is the only way you can pay back money. Is that okay?
Well accepted. Coordinating director has noted it.
All right, let's go to paragraph 322. Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you. Ainsiano.
Mr. Chairman.
How is my brother, the MP?
Honorable is doing well, sir.
Okay. Assist him so that he can develop the district.
Thank you very much. We'll do that.
The auditors have incited you for not allocating the 2% that the 2019 Common Fund Distribution Guideline for the assemblies to your substructures. So you, together with other assemblies that were cited, they gave some explanations. So I won't belabor the point. I want to find out whether in 2023 and going forward, you have remedied that situation, you are resourcing them for the structures to work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Truthfully speaking, in 2020, our substructures were not working. So management at that time invested a lot of effort in educating and establishing the substructures. So subsequent to that, in 2021, we inaugurated the various substructures and they started working. And in 2022, we went extra to get furniture and other office accommodation for the area councils to work, and even transferred officers there to go and work. So now the area councils are fully functioning.
And including the fact that you are transferring the 2% to them.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm permitted, because this is a lot of confusion for me. If you look at the Common Fund Guidelines, if you can give me clarity on it. So if I'm permitted to read the Common Fund Guidelines. Proceed. Please, Mr. Chairman, that is page 2, number 3, establishing and strengthening of sub-district structures. It says that up to 2% should be used for the establishment and strengthening of zonal, urban, town, and area councils. So anytime I see this, I assume that any amount that is spent in establishing of the area councils should be part of the 2%. But sometimes when auditors come, they say that they want to see a direct transfer. So it confuses me. So if a clarity can be brought for me today, it will help me very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I know Chairman will have a final say on this matter. But a guideline is a guideline. And my information is that this is not the first time we're encountering it. For the past 4 or 5 years, it's been happening. Ever since the guideline was issued,
yes, sir,
we've been encountering this. When you spend any amount that you spend, in my opinion, even though you also had your workshop on the matter, in my opinion, any expenditure on the substructures, which is properly evidenced, and it's up to the 2% of whatever comes, should satisfy the requirement. What the auditors want to see is that when you establish the substructures, that is the end of that. But the structures must function year in, year out. So when you build the offices, you furnish them, you send personnel. You don't send personnel every year. You don't build the offices every year. You don't buy furniture every year. After you have established the structures, the area, the area councils, they also have their officers. They have their chairman, their secretary. Then you send them personnel to man the offices. They must make sure revenues are properly collected and they generate revenue. So when you receive your DACF, do you actually fund? Because you even have to open bank accounts for them. So do you transfer up to this 2% for their activities. Because they must also engage in community, they engage their communities, they do sensitization and all. I think that's what the auditors want to see. They don't want to see you keeping the money and disbursing. They want to see that chunk transfer up to 2%, so they will do the disbursement and account for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll comply. Now that they are fully functioning, we'll be doing the transfers. Thank you.
But you are the coordinating director, right?
No, I'm the finance officer.
But finance officer, some of the money that you spent was on workshops and was on training. And you mean to tell me that the workshops and the training that you guys had, you didn't cover this thing about the 2%? Or you didn't cover anything about keeping of files?
Mr. Chairman, the question I asked was just for clarification. I'm not challenging
because
anything.
whenever they are going for workshops, I wonder what they are going to do at workshops. Because if we really use the money for the real workshops, we wouldn't have so many infractions. And let's make sure that we reduce our infractions.
From this year, it will reduce, Mr. Chairman.
Paragraph 326, Honorable Queenster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Payments outside gift mix. Your assembly made payments totaling 1,064,321 for various activities without the use of the gift mix platform, which is contrary to Act 921. Why was that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ayeswano District Assembly, especially Kuta, we have a lot of challenges with the network. And it's been happening for some time, but fortunately for me, we went for a workshop recently at the Institute of Local Government, where we had the gift mix coordinator there. So he did advise that a letter be written to him so that he will contact the telecos at their level to help fix the problem, because it seems to be a challenge at some areas, but that we, the districts, are not informing them to take action. So because of the intermittent network challenges and power outages, that's why this thing occurred. And we are now improving on the usage of the gift mix.
Okay, so the recommendation also was that the coordinating director and the finance officer, you should seek their assistance so that you can implement it. Are you doing that?
Yeah, so like I was saying, we're doing it at the regional level, but now we are going to go to the national level for that help.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it means that you are still making payment outside the platform.
Well, fortunately, this year we are not having that challenge so far.
But has the network challenge, has it been resolved?
Not entirely, but what we do is that a lot of the work sometimes is carried home. Then we do the PVs. When we come, then we print them. So we just take the numbers and go and do them in the house.
So there is a way to go about it?
Yes, now.
You have now found that way out.
Yes, but we still hoping that we'll contact the gift me secretary, because sometimes when a warrant is prepared and you go ahead to pay without the gift miss, when you are trying to use the gift miss to pay, there might be a problem and you'll not be able to generate the gift miss PV. But if it is live and I'm now doing the gift miss PV before I make payment, then I will know that it cannot go through and I cannot then go ahead and write the manual PV with the assumption that I will later do the gift miss PV to cover it.
Okay.
So that's some of the challenges we face.
Paragraph 342. Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with abandoned projects. And for your end
there's a contract sum of 1,420,000 plus.
No.
Yes.
1,042,000.
1,042,307 Ghana cedis. And this project, the three projects have been on for 4 years at the time. What's the current status?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amount you mentioned involves 2 Get Fund projects, then the District Assembly's DCE's Bangalore. With the Get Fund projects, what we have done is that we've sent letters of notification to inform them about the status of the project. Our DCE has made personal efforts to go and see the administrator of the Get Fund to get those 2 Get Fund projects completed. On the common fund issue of our Bangalore, the contract has been abrogated for non-performance because we invited him to a meeting which I was present, and we informed him about our unhappiness with the slow pace of the work. And he gave us an undertaking that he was going to finish it by November of 2022, for which he didn't. So subsequent to that, we went ahead to abrogate the contract. And we've gone ahead to even advertise in the newspapers. On the 2nd of March, right? On the 2nd of March 2023, in the Ghanaian Times, we advertised the project for re-award.
Just for a bit of clarification, what's the project? You said it's a bungalow for...
The DC is bungalow, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
So do we have a new cost value to that?
I can't speak to the new cost, but I don't know, the engineer is here if he can help in that regard.
Yes, Honorable Chairman, the project is in the procurement stage, and the procurement stage has not completed yet. So we don't have a contract sum yet, please. Thank you.
The audit service, can we first of all confirm that the other 2 projects are Get Fund projects, please?
Honorable Chair, they are Get Fund projects.
And the correspondence to Get Fund, you have them documented too?
Honorable Chair, we have them.
Chairman, I think that will be all for me.
Okay. The Vice Chairman just drew my attention to the contract sum and amount paid, but I want to confirm. The contract sum is 1,042,000.
The contract sum for the DCE Bangalore is 424,000.
No, all the 3 put together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the 3 put together is 1,042,000.
Yes,
42,000.
Yes.
Then payment amount paid is also the same figure. Is it an error or is correct?
Mr. Chairman, that should be an error.
Auditors, can you tell us what is the amount paid? Because it looks like 100% has been paid.
Honorable Chair, we'll do a reconciliation and get back to you.
We need that to take a decision. Because if the entire contract sum has been paid, then it means that the contractors must be made to do the work. There is no need to abrogate it and then re-award it and spend additional money. So let's know how much has been the actual amount paid. Okay.
Well noted, Honorable Chair.
Let's go to the IGF report, paragraph 282, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Chairman. Unaccounted revenue. Your assembly at the time of audit was not able to account for 20,445 Ghana cedis. Have you been able to account for it?
Mr. Chairman, to the best of my knowledge, we've been able to account for all the monies.
And you have indicated that or reported to the audit?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, evidence has been given to the district
auditors. Can you confirm that they have now been able to account for the over 20,000 they were not able to account for? Auditors, I'm asking, they say they have been able to account for the unaccounted for money. Do you have evidence to that effect?
Yes, we have.
Okay, Chairman, the matter is settled.
The next one is paragraph 288, Honorable PAC.
Chairman, remind me of the paragraph again.
Well, it's also on give me payment out of give me. So I think that the earlier answer
would apply.
Will apply in this case. So that will be all for yes or no, your discharge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman.
Let's have new job in North. New job in North. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, I'm Comforter Santi, the MCE for New Drabin North.
I'm Ndenga Mbarinye, Municipal Coordinating Director, New Drabin North.
I'm Muntala Lassan, Municipal Finance Officer, New Drabin North.
I'm Giftima Mantana Auditor, New Drabin North.
All right, so your first issue in the common fund is on payment outside give me's. The recommendation is that you should contact the give me secretariat to address the bottlenecks. Have you been able to do that?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
So now you make all your payment on the platform.
Rightly so, Chairman.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, all payments are now being performed on the platform. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to paragraph 336. Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with duplication of payment for landfill services. And I think we've gone through some of these before. For New Jobin, we're looking at 2019. What's the current status on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chair, we've written to the auditors. The reality is that New Jobin North is a new assembly and a new ally. But the auditors claim that New Jobin North and South should combine resources to pay for the management of waste in the municipality. But then, when the two assemblies were one, that part of the assembly, the New Jobin North, was not given much attention in terms of waste management. So they had only 2 containers in the whole of New Jobin North at that time. So when the assembly was created, Zoom Lion gave us up to 11 containers and 2 vehicles, which meant that the quantum of work has increased. So we were also made to sign a contract with the landfills company for management of waste in the municipality. And so we were to pay 80,000 cedis just as other assemblies were paying. And this was done. So that was a problem the auditors had, because they thought we were together, and they also thought the same place was where the refuse was dumped and managed. Unfortunately, it is not so. The management is on different sites, and we are compelled to pay. And since then, because of this audit issue, we haven't been able to pay anything to the company. And management had to sit down with them because they were going to stop the refuse management. And that could have created a lot of problems for us. So we formally wrote to the auditors to explain these things to them. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, I think we've experienced a similar one when a new assembly was created.
This is even the second time we are revisiting something like this. So in actual fact, it's not duplication of payment.
No, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, has the explanation been given to you, and are you okay with that?
Honorable Chair, yes, which we have been accepted.
Okay. So then let's move on to DDF, paragraph 723. Delay project. A new job in North. You have 4 number mechanized boreholes at Efiduasi Market, Jumapo Market, Aquedum Clinic, and Sushen. And then what? Is it Mpayem Chiefs compound? They have been delayed. What is the status of this project now?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have worked on them, and they are in full operation.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Okay. Then the last one for you under Common Fund is paragraph 727, ranking.
Thank you. The infraction is that you have completed 10 lockable stores, and you have paid 213,222 cedis, 35 pesos, but we are not using the store. It's not being operated. Are they being operated now?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. They are in operation.
Full operation?
Full operation.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Auditors, can you confirm that the project are in operation?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm.
All right, let's move on to IGF. Paragraph 282. And 282 is on unaccounted revenue. New job in North, 2 revenue collectors, amount 18,570. Have they accounted for the money?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. They are fully accounted for it.
Auditors, confirmation.
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
The next one, paragraph 285, Kofi Adams. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. New job enough. This to do with rent arrears and 51 occupants. Amount owed is 66,870. The recommendation was for you to retrieve this through their departmental heads and further assigned revenue collectors to contact the tenants for monthly payment. Have you been able to retrieve these monies first, and what arrangement is there for subsequent rent collections?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the first place, we were able to retrieve about 10,000 cedis. But the reality is that the auditors use an old data that we inherited from our mother assembly. And that data contained inaccuracies of occupants of the facilities. Some of them were on retirement, some were even deceased, some were on reposting outside the region that we could not even trace. And so the amount was calculated based on, a number of years as unpaid. And some occupants also pay direct. They are deducted at source. So we regularize it and then wrote formally to them. Now we have instituted a mechanism where all occupants are made to sign standing order with the bank. So the bank deducts directly into our account, and then they come to us for their receipts. Thank you.
Just a little point of interest. If you said some were paying directly, they were paying directly to who and to which account?
Into consolidated fund account. Controller deducts from their salaries. It doesn't come to us direct.
So it doesn't come to you as an IGF?
No, please.
Auditors, can you confirm this information about some data that was not so correct, which you worked with?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm an amount of 10,222 being amount recovered, leaving a balance of 56,560 uncorrected. As to the data that he's talking about, that data has not come to our notice yet. Thank you.
Well, so you can't continue keeping the data when you don't provide same to the auditors. Otherwise, they will continue working with it.
Oh, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have already written to them. We have formally written to them.
When?
I think the district auditor can confirm this. Thank you.
But you wrote, you said you have written to them. So why are you asking somebody else to confirm? When did you write? Before she will give us the date.
I think we wrote last month.
2020 or
2023.
And you wrote only last month. Yeah. That's April 2023.
Thank you. Yes, please.
You are thanking me for writing in April 2023.
Auditor, have you received any letter from the Assembly?
Honorable Chair, we've just received a letter which was dated on the 10th of May 2023.
But you say last month. Last month is April.
Or maybe it's a mishap. Sorry for that, Chairman.
So there is a need for a reconciliation. The letters you have written, the auditors will not just take the letters on the face of it. They need to look at the data and reconcile to see that what you have written in the letter is accurate. Then they can revise the figure to what should be the situation. They will then compare that with what we have collected to see whether everything is collected or not. But for now, the difference of 56,000 is still outstanding until after the work is done. All right. Paragraph 298, Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 298, New Jabin North. You continue to pay two of your separated staff between May and October. Ibrahim Baba and Doris Anderson were respectively paid 10,461.40 and 11,622.60. The recommendation is to recover the amounts of these amounts being recovered.
Thank you very much, Chairman. They are not separated staff. They are at post. It is their names that are in our payroll, And it's a policy, I don't know, a practice at the Office of Head of Local Government Service. When they recruit, they post them and look at available spaces in the various assemblies where the management units are not full, and then they send their names there. So the two of them are still at post. One is at Abuakwa Saf, Doris, she's at Abuakwa Saf. And then Baba is at Sanargu Municipal Assembly, Tamale. Thank you, Chair.
So did you make this information available to the auditors at the time of auditing?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think what happened was, at the time of audit, we didn't know, and it is happening in most of the assemblies. We couldn't trace them, but we don't have the authority to delete the names. So we wrote to Head of Local Government Service, and then we later got the reply. So we contacted them, so we got the necessary documents covering them, including the assumption of duty, their posting letters, all available. So we made it available to the auditors.
Auditors, are these documents in your custody?
Honorable Chair, on the 9th of May 2023, this information was given to us, so we received it.
The reference.
All right, so that'll be all for New Job in North. You are discharged. Let's have Yellow. Yellow Crabble. Kindly introduce yourselves.
Honorable Rector, MC. Eric Hine, Coordinating Director.
Eric Sawe Amano, Municipal Internal Auditor.
Christian Hoto, Finance Officer.
Roberts Agade, the presiding member.
Engineer Prosper Tudagbe Obuo, Head of Works.
You have one issue in the Common Fund report, which is a DDF issue. It's abandoned project, paragraph 720 of the report. Yellow Crabble Municipal Assembly. You have two projects that have been abandoned for 3 years. The amount you have paid so far is 620,394.12. The recommendation is that you should ensure that priority is given to this project before embarking on new ones. What is the status of these two projects now? They are DDF projects.
Mr. Chairman, I'm taken aback a little because what we had is not those issues we were talking about. So I don't know whether, if you can mention those.
And I'm reading, I think you should have this report in front of you there. You can make reference to that's the Common Fund report, not that one you are holding. No, this one, this one.
This one. And the schools were. And so which projects? The project.
So look at it. Paragraph 720, abandoned projects. Number 2, Yellow Crabble Municipal. Number of project 2, expected completion date 28 December 2017. Period abandoned, 3 years. Amount paid, 620,000 plus. Are you okay now? Is it okay?
Yeah, I've seen it, but the projects, and so far I'm aware, we don't have a standing
DDF project?
Yes, those at that time has been completed, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Auditors, they don't have any DDF project uncompleted. Can you give us the details of the projects here? What are those 2 projects?
Because those schools are in use. Methodists, they are in use for a long time, so I'm surprised.
Honorable Chair, in 2020, these projects were not completed. But as we speak now, the project has been completed and is in use. So I don't know.
I want to know the projects, because you only said 2 projects. You don't have the specific projects. So what are the projects? The district auditor or who should help us?
But where they are?
Where are they? Honorable Chair, it's 2 school buildings that is completed, and we have this is where I've given me the pictures. But,
where are those school buildings
yes,
located?
I'm trying to locate there.
Somanya Methodist. Yeah.
Methodist.
Yes.
And where?
Obowale.
So, but they are completed?
Yes. They are completed. They are
Confirmed by the auditors?
Yes.
All right. Just want to know the location of the schools.
Okay.
Now let's go to IGF. Paragraph 288, Honorable Isaac Opoku.
Thank you, Chairman. MC, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
And what is have you been able to address your prepaid issues now?
Yes.
Is it part of what is captured in the report?
Last year it was
is it part of what is captured in this?
Chairman, what my question is paragraph 288. You made payments outside the GiveMe's platform. The amount involved is 156,798.74. And the recommendation is that you are to contact the GiveMe Secretariat to address the challenges. Have you been able to do so?
We've done so, and everything is under control.
So you are now processing all your payments through the platform?
Yes, sir.
Auditors?
Honorable Chair, the GiveMe platform is being used for processing of their documents.
Chama is my rival. He's married to my wife's younger sister. So
okay.
I wanted to.
All right. When we close there, you can continue with that. Okay, your next one is paragraph 291, same IGF report. It's on uncollected revenue. And for Yellow Crobble, the type of revenue is boutique force revenue being collected by Kingdom Corporate Limited. And the amount is 356,000 Ghana cedis. Then the second one is share of proceeds from mango plantation projects, and the amount is 211,066 Ghana cedis, 75 pesos. The recommendation is that it should adopt effective measures to recover the revenue from these sources. Have you been able to recover the revenue from Kingdom Corporate Limited, the 356,000?
The Chairman, thank you very much. He's paid 100,000 out of that. And the last time we came here, this was also an issue, and we informed Mr. Chairman that we've written to the Attorney-General for advice on that, because the Assembly had taken a decision that we should abrogate those contracts with the people, those operators. When the Attorney General's report came out, they advised that taking it through that means was going to be a problem for us. And so they gave some steps for us to take. They asked us to meet the operator, that's the Boutique Falls, and asked him not to further develop the place, and that both of us should appoint valuer to look at his investment there. In fact, we have this bulk money here because when the contract was given to the man to operate, he said he was going to do some projects there and that he was going to bring another proposal that will enable him get that type of money he was promising to give. Unfortunately for him, the Assembly rejected that proposal. So because of that, income that he was expecting to get from that place could not come. But the auditors will take what he promised to pay. And so what we have is what he proposed to pay as against, really, he was not actually getting that. And so now that the Attorney General has recommended and we are in discussion and all the correspondence we've given it to the auditors, I believe we'll come to a compromise as to the true cost that he has. But in the meantime, he has paid 100,000 out of that amount.
Okay. What of the second one, the share of the mango plantation?
Yes, he has paid only 12,000 out of that amount. And there are reasons to that. He had challenges. Anytime he had challenges with the mango farm plantation, he reports to the Assembly. But instead of the Assembly to take a decision and say that, okay, if this year this was the problem, let's halt the payment or something, they didn't do. Unfortunately for the man, he fell sick, seriously sick. And so when the report from the Attorney General came and we engaged him, he said that because the amount was piling up, he thinks that the best way to do is to stop managing the place. So he has brought a letter to us indicating that he will no more manage the farm. And so now we are discussing with him how we could pay the man. But we also know that really the mango farming at that place had a challenge. And we believe that at the end of the day, we'll come to a compromise as to the rare amount that he has to pay. Otherwise, we'll have this thing on our books, expecting that it should be revenue that we should take, which we will not get. But we are serious about it, and I want to assure you that whatever steps we will take to ensure that our share of it is gotten, we will do.
Is a fund for the Assembly and the man?
No, it's for the Assembly.
It's for the Assembly?
Yes. So he was just to manage it. And so he will take care of managing the farm. Whatever he gets, he pays a percentage. So that's the proposal he brought. So the auditors will calculate that this year he said he will be paying this. He has not paid, so they will put it together, and that is what we have here. So if it doesn't fruit, they had a disease, BBS, it means that he may not get the income, but once he has promised that he will be going to pay, it is being counted as if he should have been paying those monies to us.
All right, so this is also one of the issues that the Attorney General is giving you advice on how to handle them.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
MC, can't you take over and manage the farm yourselves? I mean, the assembly.
It will be difficult for the assembly. In fact, we start, when the mango farm was started, it was the assembly that started it. But managing it became a problem. But the decision we have taken, now that he says it's not going to do, it's about 51-acre farm. And so we have decided that instead of giving it to one person to manage it now, we are going to block it. So the Agric subcommittee has recommended that let's get people, it can be 2 acres, 2 acres, 2 acres. Then we'll give it to a lot of people. So if one person is not performing, at least we can get it from the other place. So that is, now the assembly, he has handed over to us just recently. The subcommittee is looking at how to get it to a lot of people to manage it. But to say that assembly, it is very expensive managing this farm. And if we take it upon ourselves, if we don't take care, we may not be able to manage it well. So the best.
But at the time of establishment, you know, did you have this in mind that upon maturity, you know, you outsource it?
In fact, I remember when this farm was set up, really, I was then at the assembly as a government appointee. And I think we never expected that it was going to be a huge problem for the assembly. So initially, we were getting laborers to go and weed, plant, and other things, but it got to a time the assembly could not get resources to be managing the farm. That is how come they decided to give it to a private person to manage it for us. And it didn't go well, so.
Yeah. All right. Honorable Ajay in paragraph 305.
Chairman, thank you. 305, non-payment of second-tier pension contributions. The audit revealed that your casual workers were not paying their tier 2 pension contributions, and the amount involved is 4,277.90. This should not be a difficulty for you. I believe you have paid those monies. Have you been able to pay?
Mr. Chairman, I know there was a recommendation that the finance officer and the director should pay some amount of money which was paid. But as to whether that is what I saw, because that one was a little bit bigger than that one, so I don't really, the recommendation was, what I saw was more than it's not 4,000. It's, yes, but what was recommended that they should pay, I've seen it being paid, and I think the receipt was given to the audit report.
How much? How much was that?
About 10,000, around 10,000. 10,000.
That one is different.
That one is different.
That one is a penalty.
Okay.
Yeah.
For not paying the contribution on time.
Okay.
But this one is a second-tier pension contribution of workers, which has not been paid to the fund manager. So it's different from the penalty. The penalty is the next one that we are coming to.
Mr. Chairman, we don't owe. We've paid everything that we're supposed to pay. So I'm sure.
So are the auditors aware of those payments?
Yes.
Can the auditors confirm for us?
Honorable Chair, for the pensions, they've paid. But the penalties is still
so this is the one they've paid, the pension.
Yeah, they've paid.
So let's move on to the penalty. That one, that payment of penalty due to delay in remitting SNIT contribution of.
We've paid though.
The amount involved is 10,992.80. Has that been paid? The recommendation is that the recovery of the penalty amount should be made from the coordinating director and the finance officer.
It's been paid.
So auditors, have they paid?
Honorable Chair, we have receipts to that effect, so the money has been settled.
Yeah. No, but the question is, what is the source of the money that you used to pay?
It was the coordinating director, and they paid those money.
Personally?
Yes.
Not from the assembly coffers?
Oh, no. I will not do that. Or they will not do it because it's not.
Auditors, you have a receipt.
Yeah.
But make sure that the source is from their pocket. Not from the assembly pocket.
Yeah, it's not.
Honorable Chair,
yes.
If I can read the people who paid. One is PK Asamoah. And we have PK Asamoah. And PK Asamoah.
The coordinating director.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that'll be all for Yellow Crobble Municipal Assembly. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Now, we still have the following assemblies. If they are here, they should come forward so that they will take the oath. New Job in South, are they here? Please come forward to take the oath. Suhum. Is Suhum here? Please come forward to take the oath. And then Abuakwa North. Abuakwa North. They are not here, okay. Let's have a New Job in South. All right. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee. New Job in South.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Francis Dogla.
What is your position?
The Municipal Budget Analyst.
Edward Abaze, Municipal Coordinating Director.
Felix Kwachikwenu, Municipal Finance Officer.
My name is Bernard Kojo Addison, Internal Auditor.
All right. Your first infraction is paragraph 322 of the Common Fund Report. It's failure to allocate funds to the sub-district structures. And in Job in South, your amount is 28,768. The recommendation is that the transfer should be made to the sub-structures to enable them to carry out their planned programs. Have you been able to do so?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, we have.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm 8,350 that has been sent to the 7 zonal councils leaving a balance of 20,418.22. Thank you.
Is that the case?
Honorable Chairman, we have transferred the full amount. Okay. The remaining balance, our district auditor tells us from here, we made the receipts available to her. Is that from here she will double confirm that? All right.
So the district auditor should go and confirm the transfer. The next one is paragraph 336. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Mr. Chairman, this issue that was handled when New Jabinov came is similar. The landfill site that they both made. I don't know whether we should still. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I think this, the explanation we got from New Jabinov covers this one. So we now go to the IGF.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Paragraph 285, Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 285. 285. Paragraph 285. Rent arrears. New Jabin North. South, sorry. You have, I think, 3 occupants, and the amount is 7,215. The recommendation is that the arrears must be, recommend recovery of the rent arrears from any cash entitlement due to the defaulters through the department heads. We further recommended to management of the assemblies to assign revenue collectors to contact the tenant monthly for payment of rent. What have you done about this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, we have retrieved the amount in question and subsequently place a revenue collector on that role to pursue monthly collections as recommended.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if the amount have been paid?
Honorable Chair, the full amount has been paid. Thank you.
Chairman, that's all for them. Thank you.
The last one for New Job in South, paragraph 288. Honorable Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. New Job in South. There were expenditure payments you made without the use of gift mix to the tune of 234,379.57. Involving, the number of PVs involved were 39. You were advised by the auditors to ensure that you address all the challenges facing the implementation of the system. One, how far have you gone with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have accordingly followed the advice as given and liaised with the Government Secretariat to improve the system. Right now, the system is drastically improved, and we are processing our transactions using it. Thank you.
From the reports, the development happened as a result of poor internet connectivity. Have you done something about that problem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have. Interestingly, our office is in the center of Koforidua, but that particular spot, the internet, there is not too good. So we had to engage Vodafone to give us what do you call it, a fiber optic system, so that we can get direct internet from their services. Thank you.
Auditors, how far his claims are?
Honorable Chair, all transactions are now being processed on the government platform. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
So that will be all for new job in South. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's have Suhum. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon. My name is Margaret Dako, the Municipal Chief Executive for Suhum.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Daniel Tete, Municipal Coordinating Director.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is William Kwekuompong, Municipal Finance Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Anna Jamra, the Internal Auditor.
Thank you for coming. You have two issues in the Common Fund report, paragraph 322, Honorable PAC.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Suhum Municipal, according to the auditors, you have failed to allocate funds to your sub-district structures. According to them, the non-transfer of the funds is impeding decentralization and is rendering these substructures ineffective. What action have you taken with regards to this charge against you? Are you now doing what you ought to be doing?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, Suhum Municipal, are they now transferring funds to their substructures?
Honorable Chair, with regards to the direct transfer, that has not been done. But we normally spend on behalf of the zonal councils. Normally, when we are preparing budgets, they bring their budget and then with the plan. And then we have to furnish their offices. When they have meetings we pay the allowances for their meetings. And then communal labors too, we normally organize with their involvement.
But is this what the law says? Or you have customized it based on your own local conditions?
No, Honorable Chair, I think one of our colleagues asked Honorable Dafie Mekpo to explain the position of the law as to. So with that clue, we will continue to do as the law requires. In the subsequent transfer that we'll transfer direct to them.
Mr. Chairman, Suhum Municipal has been supporting their substructures, although they have not been transferring funds to them. But apparently they have learnt from previous auditees, and they are willing to do the right thing in subsequent years, from here, right? Auditors, this is the explanation given. What is your position?
Honorable Chair, they should go by the law. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield to you. They are supporting the substructures, but it is not through direct transfer of funds, but they've been supporting them according to the Municipal Assembly. But they are willing to do the right thing as per the law.
Do they have the capacity to manage the funds if you do the transfer to them?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We
They
have assigned staff to the zonal councils.
They have an account?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. But I think some supervision will be needed, even if the fund is transferred to them.
Yes, we have assigned account staff, administrators, and then budget to the place to supervise the revenue, and then the internal audit.
Okay. All right, so let's move to paragraph 326. Rank Vice Chairman, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Suhum, you had 19 PVs amounting to 319,025 Ghana cedis that you paid out of gift mix. What is the status of paying PVs through gift mix now?
Honorable Chair, it was due to challenges with the network, but currently we contacted the Give Me Secretariat and they've been assisting us. So currently it's working. NITA came to do some maintenance on our internet. So now we are processing our transaction through the Give Me.
Good. Could the auditors confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, the platform is being used for all transactions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to IGF, paragraph 282, Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. For this, we're looking at 2 revenue collectors. Amount involved is 3,025 Ghana cedis. That was not returned to the Assembly. Has it been refunded?
Honorable Chair, yes.
Audit Service, can you please verify?
Honorable Chair, the revenue has not been accounted for. Thank you.
So when was the payment made or refund made?
The refund was made in 2021.
And do we have the appropriate documentation here today, or you don't?
That's the receipts I gave you there.
Honorable Chair, we don't have the receipts as we speak.
Do you have a copy of the receipt here?
Honorable Chair, no, but I made it available to the district auditor the other day. I think last when I visited you.
Do you know the district auditor you
Yes.
gave? Is he or she here? Huh?
She's here.
She's here. District auditor, have they given the document to you?
Please, talk to me.
No, sir.
Asamamba.
The Honorable Chair will make it available to
Okay,
her.
make it available. Make it available to the district audit team. Let's move to the next one. Paragraph 298. Is on ancillary. And to whom the name of the staff is Madam Edith Tete. Period covered is April to September 2020.
Honorable Chair, please, the said amount has been recovered and paid to government chest.
Okay. Auditors, can you confirm that recovery has been made?
Honorable Chair, 6,698.78 has been recovered, leaving a balance of 2,023.83. Thank you.
Okay. There's a second person, Johnny Akwedego. He received only 1,061. So if you put the two together, I give you the 8,600 or 720. And they have paid 6,698, leaving a balance of 2,000. Madam, can you confirm that there is a balance of 2,000 to be paid?
Honorable Chair, please, the recovery has been done. We have a copy of the receipts here.
So give the receipt to the district auditor for verification.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's move to paragraph 309. That's payment of penalty due to delay in remitting SNIT. And to whom the amount is 456.17. Has that been paid also?
Honorable Chair, it has been paid.
Have you given the receipt to the districts?
Yes.
District, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Okay. The last one, the last one for Suhum is unpaid worksman compensation. One, Madam Paulina Labi of Suhum Municipal Assembly, who sustained injury as a result of accident in course of her employment in July 2019. The amount, which is 12,441, which must be paid to her as a compensation, only 5,000 was paid, leaving a balance of 7,441.60. The auditors have recommended to management to expedite action to pay the balance to Madam Paulina Labi. Has she been paid?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 4,000 has been paid to her. The delay is as a result of she traveled out. She said her husband wasn't feeling well. So she came to the office last month and we gave her a check of 4,000.
Is she still working with the assembly?
No, please.
Is she still with the local government service?
No, please.
So when are you paying the balance of 3,441?
Please, by the end of May.
This month?
Yes, please.
Auditors, are you aware that additional 4,000 was paid?
Honorable Chair, we don't have any evidence to that effect. Thank you.
So provide evidence to the auditors.
Okay, sir.
You need to work closely with the auditors. Okay?
Thank
Anything that has been flagged or captured in the report, when you take action on it, inform them before we come to meet the committee. All right, that'll be all for Suhum. You are discharged. Honorable members, we've come to the end of the assemblies. We are taking we are breaking for 45 minutes. We'll be sitting for long, so let's stretch our legs. So we are coming back at 2:30 exactly to start with the secondary schools. The meeting is suspended.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, back canocre. Susu sang pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite Baby Bree.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The women who were bold enough to approach the police, even the police officers trivialized the issue. Now, Ukuna Bowa.
Over reporting.
Over reporting.
Some call it spousal murder. For others, it's revenge killing. What is true, though, is that love-related murder cases appear to be on the increase, with at least 4 murder cases reported in the last 1 month. Today, we take a deep dive into the psychological and social construct that could push a jilted lover to commit murder. My guest today is Dr. Mark Kweku Mensah Obeng, who is a sociologist at the University of Ghana. He would, if you like, educate us about the social construct of why these cases appear to be on the increase. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Welcome back from the break. This is still The Lowdown with me, Daniel Odro. Doc, thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure, and I know you're a very busy man, so thank you for spending some time with us. For the uninitiated, why should a sociologist be talking about love-related murder cases?
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. In fact, the question should rather be, why not a sociologist?
Right.
I mean, essentially, what sociologists do is to study human relations,
right?
Study society and the interactions that take place within the society,
right?
And obviously, an exchange of love, an exchange of emotions, obviously falls within the domain of sociologists. We all live in societies, and we know that there are patterns of behavior, and these patterns of behaviors are shaped by the kind of relationship that exists, the bond that unites people. And as a discipline, these are some of the areas we have been specializing in. We have been teaching, we have been researching and publishing within that subfield. So sociologists are very much into it.
Okay.
And we've been doing this for years.
Okay.
And so I believe that we are well placed to contribute to the entire discussion.
You are in academia, and many will say for something that is as serious as this, maybe we have to go beyond the theory. But walk us through what your research has been showing. Obviously, the increase in the murder cases over the last couple of weeks and months seem to have brought the conversation back to the front burner. But obviously, this is not a new phenomenon. But what is accounting for the increase?
It is certainly not a new phenomenon. Yes, maybe where we are, I think, is the extremeness with this whole idea of intimate partner violence.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
so that's how you call it, intimate partner violence.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, that is how we want to put it, because essentially violence takes place, right? But we are trying to narrow it down to say that these are people who have some emotional connection,
right?
Who have some kind of, and sometimes it's sexual relationship as well,
okay?
Right, and the idea of this, I mean, this has been a very common practice, and unfortunately, some of our cultural practices as Ghanaians and as a society have seemingly allowed us to gloss over some of these signs.
Right.
And so for example, we all know that there have been men who have been abusing their wives.
Right.
They slap them, they kick them. But the average Ghanaian will let it go. Right? But it comes to the top burner. Once, for example, we realize that, okay, that abuse has resulted in hospitalization.
Okay.
Or in the extreme case, it has resulted in a death.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm sure you are talking about what has happened in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
The 4 cases. So everybody is talking about it.
Yeah.
But there are some fundamental issues. They have probably been triggers.
Right.
Right. But again, because we have not paid serious attention to some of these things, many people who are related, many people who are connected, and even the victims themselves might have overlooked it. And so then the ultimate then happens, which is the death.
Is this something that can happen to anybody, or there are particular people with certain upbringing, certain social if you like, problems that have the tendency to go to the extreme.
So what the research or the data currently is showing is that violence, the human nature has a predisposition to be violent.
Okay.
However, not everybody will trigger physical violence.
Okay.
Okay, and again, sometimes when we talk about these IPVs or intimate partner violence,
okay,
we are quick to look at the physical, but they are also emotional.
Okay.
I remember a few years ago, there was this whole conversation about marital rape.
Yes.
And the idea was that concept in itself is a misnomer, right? I mean, there should be sexual relationship. Marriage comes with sex. And
Yeah.
so on what basis then do you say that? But it tells you a kind of attitude towards IPVs, right? For us to even think that, oh, once there's a consensual relationship, then one partner has unhindered right to have sexual encounter with the other person, with or without the person's consent. Right. And so the point really is that everybody, every human being, and once the emotions take over, but what the study is actually showing is that there are certain people who are more prone to being abused. And ultimately being the subject of these IPVs, being it the extreme or the intermediate ones. So for example, women who are less educated.
Okay.
And sometimes people want to use empowered, right? What the study suggests is that such people are more likely to be victims of IPVs. For the whole idea is that for lack of empowerment, they tend to be more dependent.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to economics.
Right.
Right. His daily bread is dependent on the man. Right. And so then they are able to, and again, it comes back to some of the whole idea that for us, and again, especially even when there are children in there, right, the mother who is a potential victim of this violence feels inadequate to take care of the kids.
So they stay.
So they'll stay. And sometimes they'll tell you that, me maninti.
Right.
You know, and sometimes there's sociocultural norms surrounding even divorce or separation, the stigma that comes with it. So in recent times, you hear people, again, there are those who are well educated, who are economically empowered, who can boldly say, oh, I am a baby mama.
Yes.
And that I am a single mother. Right. She's gainfully employed. She has some kind of social support or social capital that she can capitalize on and raise the required resources, first to take care of herself and then the children. What about the women, those who have nothing? And so even though the signs may be there, she's somehow constrained to leave. Right. And another thing is also because of our weak legal system. Right. And again, sometimes you can't even blame the police, for example. So this woman goes and reports the husband. The husband has threatened to kill me, or I have been a victim of physical abuse and all that. What would the police expect to do? Right? The police are expected to take on the message.
Yeah.
But if there's been a threat of death or threat of violence, there should be a shelter to keep this potential victim. But how many of these police or even the social welfare system that we have such places? There are just a few scattered around the country. Right. And so because the infrastructure is not there, and sometimes, and so, you know, off camera I was discussing with you some of the studies that a student just did during the COVID. And one of the very interesting things is that the women who were bold enough to approach the police, even the police officers trivialized the issue. Now, who can reporting. And some of them are able, bold enough to tell you. And what will happen, or when he is prosecuted.
Yeah.
And these are critical issues. So you take the gentleman to be prosecuted. Yes, he goes in there and serves the term. What happens? Is he coming back
home to live
with you, or you are indirectly saying that once you report to the police, you are terminating the marriage?
Yeah.
And so there are some social, cultural, as well as legal blockage, right? That makes our response to spousal abuse and spousal killing then seemingly becomes another option, right? For the abusers, right? And so, I mean, it's a big issue, and I am happy that once again it has also become a very topical issue, and we hope that we will give it the needed attention, the infrastructure that is required, the training and the awakening that the officers of the law need.
Yeah.
And again, sometimes you even go to the domestic violence unit.
Yeah.
The environment in itself is not even welcoming. Somebody who has been traumatized, who has been abused, whether sexually or physically or emotionally, the basic thing is that that environment that the person is running to should be welcoming.
Right. And yet it is not.
It is not.
Let me zero in on the police officer and the alleged killing of his supposed girlfriend in Kumasi. One of the defenses that came up was that this policeman had not long ago buried his mother, and because of that he probably was
emotionally
traumatized and unstable, which could have triggered him to go overboard and kill this woman. Are such excuses allowed? Because this is a defense somebody could mount in court if this police officer is prosecuted.
Okay, so again, let's do a distinction between what the lawyers will say sustainable defense,
right,
and people giving excuses, right? But again, so what I foresee, for example, is that and the lawyers will tell you emotional disorder or stress or emotional instability,
right,
let's put it that way, are verifiable claims. And again, it is actually one of the causes that leads to people perpetrating all sorts of violence against their loved ones. So, and again, if it is proven, but again, it comes back to the kind of awareness that we are talking about. And as a society, and I am happy again, once again, for this whole thing about mental stress and emotional misalignment, you know, is also coming back. In the past and historically, anybody who have shown these emotions have been described in some very unpleasant terms, right? And again, you know, we have this patriarchal society that tends to kind of see emotions as a sign of weakness.
True.
Right?
True.
And so people, so we have this, and again, I mean, I'm on the accounts. The person is emotionally distraught. The person is emotionally drained. He has lost a loved one. Right? So he bogged all these things down.
Yeah.
And because emotionally he's bogged up, he's forced to express his emotion in a violent manner. Right? And so now that these things are coming up, again, I hope that we will be able to respond in a manner that offers us a sustainable path away from some of these things. As for the case, again, you know, it is before the court. But there are other signs that you expect that if you were conscious of some of these signs, somebody could have suggested to the person, now listen, it doesn't look like you are okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But men are not supposed to show sign of weakness. Men are not supposed to show emotions. Right. And so some of all, I mean, it all, I mean, it's a barrage of factors.
Okay.
And all these come together to where we are now.
All right, thank you, Doc. We'll go for our first break. When we return, Doc will tell us the telltale signs of someone who could be an abuser and what the remedies are, what the options are when you find yourself, if you like, espousing some of these values or some of these traits of someone who could go to the extreme of murdering their loved ones. This is The Lowdown with me, Daniel Ojo. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we're still here with Dr. Mark Obeng, who's a sociologist at the University of Ghana. There's more on this special episode of The Lowdown.
Now, to sound quite be a one ton and be a man in quite Baby Bree.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Dialogue to lemon and finance.
Welcome back from the break. This is still The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with me, Daniel Ojo. Today I'm having a very important conversation about what we've come to know as the intimate partner violence, according to Dr. Mark Obeng of the University of Ghana Sociology Department. It's a very big conversation because in the last couple of weeks, as many as 4 people have been murdered by their supposed loved ones in very gruesome and brutal ways. The question I have for Doc is, Doc, is there something happening with our social fiber? Because some of the extreme levels of the violence, someone will say, is un-Ghanaian. Have we lost our sense of Ghanaianness over the last couple of years?
No, I always laugh at this whole idea of non-Ghanaianness and what really is Ghanaian and what is not Ghanaian. Again, let's also put some of these things into proper context. Now, by virtue of the media, many of the things that happen, even in the remotest part of Ghana, comes to the public, right? But these things have been happening anyway. It's just that if we were poorly connected, and so unless the thing happens within your community, you may probably never have it reported, right? Or you will never even get to know. Okay. But again, what the media also then gives us is an opportunity to let people know, okay, that these things are happening. And that people who tend to be what we call the killers, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. Right, there are always signs of some of these things potentially happening, right? And so, but one of the things, we can also look at the other side to say that, listen, the media is also now creating, and unfortunately, many people don't know that many of the things that is shown, particularly in the movies, are fiction. They think it's the everyday real life.
So people are picking lessons from what
so they pick lessons, and these are acts, right? And so he sees somebody who, within a 2 hours movie, for example, turned from being a poor man, and now within the 2 hours he has become a very successful man. And he envisions that that is possible, right? And so anytime he tries and he's not succeeding, he immediately sees himself as a failure. Right. Even look at intimacy. Right. People watch edited sexual scenes and they assume that their partner should be able to play that same role. Right. And once the partner is unable to do that, the partner is not fulfilling his sexual desire. Right. But again, the whole marriage architecture in itself, I call it a problem-solving mechanism.
How so?
Because I am raised with different value sets. And you are raised with a different value set. You come from different families, different cultural practices, and different orientation. And suddenly, we think that these two people can come together and live in a very harmonious life. And I'm saying that the harmony or that cooperation should be seen as a problem-solving activity.
Okay.
And that is where in the past, counseling, the puberty rights, and all those other things helped to bring these differences together, right? I'm a Christian. I attend church. I know what goes on with counseling. What are counselors supposed to do? Counselors are supposed to help you take a decision. But the truth of the matter is that before the couple, the potential couples go to their pastor, they have already agreed that we are getting married.
So the before marriage counseling really doesn't help until maybe after you are married.
Right. And so during the counseling section, what a counselor is supposed to do is walk you through the processes to help you know whether you are compatible or not.
Do they even listen? Would they listen?
Exactly. They are not going to listen because they have fixed their dates.
It's medical.
They have fixed their dates. They have invited their guests. They have planned on how to get all those things. And so one of the ways to address it, I tell people, listen, we have failed when it comes to premarital counseling. But counseling should be a continuous process. Some are bold to admit that they have issues, right? And they will seek help. There are clinical psychologists all over who are willing to offer some of this help. But the first thing is that people must be aware of these challenges. And one of the signs, okay, that shows that your partner may go the extreme is when that partner become controlling.
Okay.
He want to stalk your movements, his interest,
your phone.
everything. And especially if that's not how the person really was. Then suddenly, there's this whole intense controlling behavior emanating from that partner.
But that's a potential.
Exactly, it's a red flag. It means that, listen, the sign is there. If you are not careful, the worst may happen.
Some confuse it for love, obsession.
You know, again, that's one of the things that we have been talking about cultural hidden norms, right? That suggests that, if the man doesn't love you, he would not show concern and protection. But these are extremes. You will see it. If you are observant, you will see it. No, this was not how my husband used to behave. This is not how my wife used to behave. Now, suddenly, he wants to take charge of your entire life. If that sign is happening, then please, you need to watch out. And then another sign that you also want to watch out when these things are also is that there's this whole explosive feeling of rage or anger, right? So there are people when little misunderstanding and he's all over the place. He's threatening to beat you up. He's threatening to kick you. And sometimes over very simple things, right? I mean, everybody shows anger, right? But you see that, no, this is not normal. And the normal, this is extreme, right? So he goes haywire. And another thing, in fact, some of them, if you are fortunate and if you are smart, they actually verbalize it.
That they would
Make kum.
Okay.
If this continues happening, and some of them will tell you, make kum ni makumi home. Please, these are not signs of love. I beg you. This is not sign of love. This is a sign that if you are not careful, the worst may happen, right? And so there are some other. So they lose completely their emotionality, right? Under normal circumstances, when somebody does something that is bad, over time, we expect that the person will show emotions, remorse, sympathy. But you realize that these traits are missing. And he boasts about the fact that the last time when you did it, I hit your hair against the wall. And he's proud of that temperament. Please, it's a sign that the person you are dealing with needs help.
Okay.
But you actually also need help. In fact, you are the first person who needs help. And the help you need is get out.
Do you go to your family? Do you go to the professionals? What do you advise?
For me, get out. And look at where, you see, you won't advise people to go to their family when you know their family is a problem.
Okay.
You won't advise the person to go to the police when you know that the police will trivialize your complaint.
Okay.
But what is important is that it means that you need a break. move out. Move out does not necessarily mean that you have ended the marital relationship. You are only moving out first to save yourself. Okay. And then, in your reflection, you know where to get help from. And so for me, it's not about whether you are going to the family or you are going to the professionals. It is about first saving yourself first. Okay. And then you will know the next direction to take.
But right. What do you make of people who say, we all know what has happened with our economy in the last couple of years, that the fact that people have gone through some financial challenges, they are unable to do the things they used to do. Yeah, everybody seems to be on edge. The smallest thing seems to trigger people.
Yes, so it also comes back to this whole, idea about emotional intelligence. So by killing your spouse, by abusing your spouse, suddenly your economic situation turns around and becomes better? No. What I admit is that the economic situation we find ourselves potentially put virtually everybody at risk. But that is also where your emotional intelligence comes in. Your sign of maturity comes in. In the past, we have said that marriage matures people, right? Family matures people, right? Some of the risky behavior, there's enough research to show that married men in particular, marriage, family lowers the tendency for men to embark on risky behavior, right? And so, yes, the economic stress is virtually on everybody. It is hurting people emotionally. Everybody is stressed. Everybody is stressed. But again, it comes back to communication. Okay? In Akan, we say that obi enwa or ware netamfo. So what it actually means is that proud to wherever current state you find yourself, there was a point where emotionally you felt compatible. Yeah. Right? Cultivate the habit of sharing views, sharing emotion, sharing thoughts, and whatever, right? And so we learn to communicate effectively. We communicate effectively. The economic situation, whatever, will never be an excuse for committing any of these heinous crimes. And when you do that and the law deals with you, those excuses will never suffice.
Okay. So that's advice to the individuals in the relationship. What do you have to say to bigger institutions like the media? Okay, this has happened the last 1 month. We are obviously throwing a lot of spotlight on it, highlighting it. But what do we do from here? What does the police do from here? What does DOSU do from here? All the institutions, the social welfare, what do they have to do going forward? Because if not, this will happen, we report it. There's a period where it doesn't happen, then there's another explosion where 3-4 women or people are killed again because of intimate related violence.
So maybe I should use this platform to also, and again, you guys control the conversation in and around the country. For the media, I think one of the things they have to stop doing is trivializing some of these things. I think we should see it as a major crime and we should treat it as such. Anytime we trivialize some of these things, so for example, come on, that the lady who was murdered in Kumasi was double dating, that is never an excuse to kill. It should never happen. Yes, but again, it's also about who we give the microphone to. Because all these things happen because somebody, and that suddenly changed the narrative.
Okay.
Right? That lady was double dating, he had a boyfriend in the US.
Justified.
Exactly. And when you do that, the subconsciousness of people keep in these things. And the next time they feel like, they were right after all.
Mm-hmm. Right? And everything.
Exactly. So, and then I think that our domestic violent victim unit really needs support. It needs support. In fact, some of the places when you go there, even the desk that is supposed to give to the woman who has been traumatized is not welcoming.
We don't pay attention to
Somebody is running from murder. Somebody has been threatened. The first thing you want to assure that person is that there's a shelter for somebody. I don't mean a physical shelter, but at least the officer should be welcoming.
Yeah.
And I know the police service have been running series of training for their officers. But sometimes you see that there's a difference between the training and what actually happens on the ground. I think we need to double our game. And then again, the court should also be. And sometimes again, is the media, you know, we break the news, right? But we don't follow through. And so, for example, I expect that we should spend time in following. And when we know, because at the end of the, I mean, ultimately, justice will be served. But the hype that we give to the breaking news when the incident happens, same is not done when there's a final judgment and a closure on the case. If the same amount of attention is given to the judgment, people out there who are also contemplating on doing that begin to know, hey, Masa, right? And then we begin to learn from it. But I mean, it's a bigger conversation, and we need to work as a society. We need to pay attention to some of these issues.
But finally,
and offer the support.
I don't want us to conclude by making it sound like it's only men that perpetuate violence on women, because there are instances where the opposite is also true. What are some of the traits that a man can identify in a woman and say, this woman,
you see, it comes back to the whole socio-cultural practices that we have built around ourselves over the time. Men are not supposed to show emotions. Men are struggling, right? There are some men who are staying unreasonably long hours in the office simply because they want to avoid.
They don't want to go.
Right. You see. But again, this man is constrained by cultural norms to even voice out. He tells you, and the first thing you do is, you know, you who is a friend, who is supposed to help him out, right? But my point really is that for men, please talk. Find somebody and confide in, right? Let us not reduce our pastime into talking about other genders. Let's also talk about ourselves and our personal needs. Exactly. Let's also talk about emotions. It matters a lot. In fact, the pressure on men is even higher than women, because for you are not only thinking about yourself, you're also thinking about your spouse, who by social norms are expected to be your responsibility, and your children. And you know how difficult it is when there's no man even in the life of their children. And there are many studies that suggest that the absence of a man actually in the life of a child, okay, drags his success by close to 30%. And that especially for women who have been very successful, many of them are successful because they had a male figure, either their biological father or an uncle or somebody stood in for them. Right. And so men, your children need you. Your wife need you. So if you have any of these things, please forget about men don't show emotions, and that when you show emotions, it means that you are a weaker vessel. It is never true. It actually means that you want to care for yourself and care for your dependents.
Right. Thank you very much, Doc. This has been very enlightening conversation, and hope that it's going to extend the conversation of what I have learned today. Intimate partner violence, IPVs, and hopefully men will learn to speak up, men will learn to show emotions, and learn to speak about their problems at home. And Doc has told us about the red flags that you need to identify, and first of all, move out if you can, to save your life, and later on maybe save your relationship whether or not you want that. My name is Daniel Odo. It's been another edition of The Lowdown. Thank you very much, Doc. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for
We're
coming.
back same time, next time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
I just want to give glory to God for this victory. It's a hard-won victory, but it's time to bring everybody on board so that collectively we work to ensure that we bring that 110.
I saw that she gave you a really tight contest. Did you at any point think that you were going to lose the seat to Nana Oyebankwado?
I mean, I knew what we had done. I knew I had engaged the people. I was very confident that we were going to win. But I think she did very well. All I'll say is she did very well.
So what should the constituent expect from you?
A very open member of parliament. We're going to work to bring everybody on board to ensure that we go into 2024 as a united force, to ensure that we break that one term in Adenta constituency.
They've already accused you on a number of issues that we spoke earlier when we met in the afternoon about not meeting some of the things you promised them. What are you going to do different this time around to convince them that you are actually going to work hand in hand with them?
We're going to work a lot closely with them. Everybody said that the real challenge for me was the primaries, and that once I was done with the primaries, the general election was almost a given. So we're all going to work closely together to ensure that for the first time we break this one-term cycle in Adenta constituency.
Any message for your contenders?
Well, I thank them for a good contest. And I'll tell them that they should all come on board so that we work together to ensure that NDC wins power in 2024 and then Adenta retains the seat for NDC as well.
Are you going to work with the candidates who have lost?
Sure. I mean, anybody who knows me knows I'm a very open person. So I'm going to work to bring everybody on board. I'll call her this evening or maybe tomorrow morning, and then we're going to start work together. Well, I thank all of them. In the morning when we spoke, I said to you that I'll sure that the delegates were going to listen. We're going to break that one-term cycle thing, and God being good, we've seen the first step in breaking that one-term cycle, and I'm sure that together we can win this seat. I thank them very much, and for the confidence they reposed in me once again. I'm very grateful. It's not something that I'll take lightly. I thank them so much.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, back canopy. Susu sang pine, dear one to Nambia, a man in quite Baby Bree.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Me poga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in so ye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, and Africa on the higher, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace.
Entertainment, and my name is Doreen Abanamabaya. Today I have a man who has actually impacted the dancehall music spheres. His music has transcended and made an impact. But before we delve right into the questions, let's go for a quick commercial break and I'll be right back. Welcome back. So I have with me the man himself, Jupiter. I think I already told you. I'm sure you were thinking, could it be that man? Could it be that one? But, well, I have the man himself, Jupiter. Welcome, Jupiter.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm good. But then you look amazing yourself.
Thank you. We're trying.
What has been going on? What has Jupiter been up to these days?
Life, we're enjoying, you know, the best part of life. Try as much as possible to feed the fans too. Obviously, with the music stuff, touring, winning different territories in music. You know, it's just the music lifestyle and, you know, living life.
Right.
That's
quite interesting. And if you say music, what, you know, I quite recently saw an article that you are going to headline a show in the USA. Did it happen, or it's yet to?
Yeah, it did happen. I think 2022 has been a very blessed year for me in terms of my career, you know, and it's a year of upliftment for me. I've did a couple of shows, tours out there. Like, I've literally been across the globe, you know what I mean? About 2022, I was winning and headlining huge concerts. Talking about International Art Festival in New Orleans, US, which has the likes of Steel Pulse and big artists name on it. I did a tour with Rema. I did a tour with Shatta, also came through. I did a tour with Shatta, a couple of Nigerian artists, and then ended up in Jamaica Sting. Jamaica Sting is the biggest stage every dancehall artist could ever dream of being on that platform, you know. So 2022 has been a very blessed year for me, and I just have to say thanks to the Almighty God, you know.
So why then have you been on all of these shows and yet still we haven't had the media report on it? Or maybe you didn't put it out there for us to report on it. What do you think is going on?
Well, you know, that boils down to the conversation of the day about favoritism, which links to tribalism, which I actually, you know,
tweeted about.
Yeah, I tweeted about, you know, because I've realized that I've been in this industry for almost a decade and 2 years, you know. So, because I found film at a very tender age. I'm not a good. I found film at a very tender age, so I was able to get sort of like I was being elevated quickly when I was young, you know. And then I realized that most of the things that I do, most of the shows that I play, most of the achievements that I get in my life is just limited, irrespective of how I call people or send the stories out there, you know, across the various media houses. A couple of them, like the way you are doing now, I mean, supporting my works and stuff like this. A couple of them do actually tweet about it, do vlog about it, you know, but some of the main areas, they just look away. And it's been going on for years now, and I've been so quiet about it. But I just realized that, you know, there is something wrong somewhere, which me personally, I quite can't really figure it out.
Right.
You know, yeah, it's just crazy.
What if it's not just tribalism, or it's not, you know, it's not people picking their favorites, but because maybe your team is not doing a good job?
Well, I have excellent team. When it comes to management, the whole body. I'm talking about the PR, talking about management, road management, and all of that. Fortunately, unfortunately for me, I don't like rolling with a whole lot of squad. You know, it's just me and my cousin over here.
Yeah, you know? I saw he came with one person. Usually, that's all artists usually have a huge crowd. When you're coming, it's like, hey, what's going? To the whole Yassi, you're bringing the whole Yassi along with them.
For me, I move alone. I move solo. You know, or sometimes you see me with 2 companies or 3 people around me, you know, because I don't believe in too many people, you know, so it's just me. But then I have a solid team behind me, you know, that are even fetching me shows out there. You know, because out there, like, they really, you know, dig into my situations and my issues even more than here in Ghana. Because how come they call me for a concert if they don't know what I'm about to? How can they call me to headline huge events if they don't know who Jupiter is, or if they don't rate my work? Quite unfortunately, even here, even in our award schemes, sometimes I do submit my works and they ignore it. You know, yeah, of course. You know, so where I'm coming from is not just last year or 2 years ago. There is a root of it, and it started for like 10 years ago, where you realize you are doing a good job, but there are some couple of people that they've made up their mind that irrespective of how good you are, irrespective of how excellent you are in whatever you are doing,
they're going to ignore your craft.
They definitely are going to ignore you, no matter what you do, no matter how good you play, no matter how excellent your teamwork, like they're just gonna, you know, sideline you. And this sideline thing is one of the major factors that is bringing our music industry down. You know, trust me, there are a whole lot of artists which wish they can come out to say what I'm saying now or advocate to what I'm doing now, you know. But honestly speaking, for me personally, I think it's time, and I'm definitely going to be an untiring advocate for this until the industry change, because when it change, it's going to be for the best for all of we, the artists, you know.
Yeah.
So it's time now that we really upgrade our game, and then, you know, we become very successful industry in Africa and across the globe. Yeah.
And also, you've you've picked on some few artists.
Yeah.
You know, some artists and organizations you think are not doing a good job when it comes to you and are trying to sabotage you in some way. You mentioned a few on your tweets. What's happening with these artists and organizations you listed in your tweets?
You're so smart. I thank God you mentioned organization, because me personally, I don't even want to mention their names so that they'll get big hype on this big platform. I think they are being biased with their work. And their management is poor. I'm talking about the organization. I don't know if you want me to mention.
I have. It's all up to you. If you want to.
The multimedia, Hit FM and Co. They have a very poor organization. You know, when it comes to management and when it comes to trying as much as possible to position certain things. Listen, our industry is not up to date. Our industry is not even standard yet. I'm talking about our music industry or even the movie industries. You know, it's not standard yet. We are suffering. Everybody is doing hand to mouth. People are trying their necessary means to be able to build it up. You know, so it's like different broken pieces that, you know, we are collecting to connect things. It's like puzzle. You know, we've not even found out our way out here to win the puzzle, but yet we are trying to be sarcastic. We are trying to, you know, deal with certain creatives in a way where now we can't even find ourselves anymore out there on the globe. Ghana music is not there yet. Honestly speaking, if you look at what the Nigerians are doing, or even what's the name of this artist? This Tanzanian artist. I mean, a couple of African Diamond. Yeah, if you watch the rate at which these guys are flowing, it's because their industry is solidly behind them. What we do here in Ghana is quite unfortunate that they choose a couple of artists that they want, you know, to promote. You know, because I remember I did a show some time ago on a Fantasy Dome. I did the one concert because I launched my album in US, you know. I think that was the COVID time, so I didn't get enough time to promote it here in Ghana. And then I was locked up in US, so I promoted it, did a couple of tours and stuff like that. And I came to Ghana to do a concert for my fans and my people. Very limited numbers, you know. Sold some tables and then did some regular tickets out there. I have pictures and videos for you to see. Like, it's a beautiful event. You know, the night was filled with, you know, beautiful performance and, you know, the fellow artists, you know, trying to support me. Then after 2 weeks, I realized this station, Hit FM, there was this particular guys up there in East FM. They have this kind of funny award scheme that they do, like something award, where they reward people. You know, like they said, it's a joke. You know, and they said they gave me a flop show of the year.
Whoa,
and I was like,
that's terrible.
How was it a flop show? First and foremost, you don't even know what went through. You did not support the show, right? I have zero support from you guys and your media space. I have no write-up from your vloggers or whatsoever. But then when I put on my own event in my own pocket with my own energy, and then the event was successful, you are able to get to crown it a flop show of the year. I came at them, I told them, listen, what you guys are doing, please, can you take me out? You know, because I've been that kind of person that, you know, I know when people are not supporting you, I just have to concentrate on your work. But I'm concentrating on my work and they are not concentrating and rather trying to bring me down. So I kept my name. I was like, you guys should stop what you're doing because I don't like it. Guess what? For them to show me how disrespectful they are, just like 2-3 days ago, they gave me another award. You know, they gave me another award.
What?
Yeah, so I realized that the situation here has to be from the top.
My God.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. That's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
You know, so the situation here has to come from the higher level. If you have a radio station, right? If you built up a radio station and content are coming out daily in, day out, you as a management, you have to check and see what these people are doing. Right. Is it bringing plus to our station? Is it tarnishing the image of our station? And I'm telling the media, that media space out there, the Hit FM people, those two people, one day they are going to listen. They are really doing some. Because even our president, they gave him some award. I've forgotten the award. old big man like this, they gave him some award. Some funny award, and even rewarding a president in some funny way. No, that is foul, because they are crossing beyond their boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Like beyond their levels. So they need to be stopped. So this is an act of disrespect that we don't need in our industry, and they've chosen to promote some people irrespective of whether they
it's going to tarnish their brand or not.
I went to Jamaica recently. I didn't see the energy behind it, and I'm the only first Ghanaian artist to ever grace that stage. There's never been.
Which stage was that?
That was Sting in Jamaica.
Sting.
Yeah, Sting in Jamaica is the biggest thing in Jamaica, biggest dancehall reggae show in Jamaica. You can check it out. It's big, and I was billed as headliner to come and perform from Africa, from Ghana.
That's interesting. Not even Stonebwoy.
Stonebwoy went after.
Oh, after.
But it's a different show altogether.
Right.
Stonebwoy went after,
Right.
But guess what? When Stonebwoy went for the event, they were able to promote. Stonebwoy is in Jamaica. Stonebwoy is shooting.
But yours we never heard about.
They did not a zero promotion for mine, but Stonebwoys, they were promoting it. So if there is a favoritism, and you favorited Stonebwoy to push Stonebwoy and some couple of artists, let it be like that. But why do you want to tend to disrespect me?
Yeah.
When I don't even have any issue with you guys.
So it's more like they elevate one and bring one down.
Exactly.
When it's supposed to be, the same energy.
That is my point here. So and why should it even be like that? At the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians. We are trying to project Ghana, and Africa on the higher, stage. So if I am doing equally what artist A or artist B is doing, and you decided to try to put me down, and you will find peace. And I told them I'm going to read Psalm 121 on them, like 40 days. So that God will punish them.
Jupiter says you won't find peace if you actually sabotage his image or his brand. And I also read an article. There was this post episode made. He said you called him a fool.
Yeah.
Why?
He's been a junior brother from then. I don't want to delve into it real quick, but episode is my junior brother, and I've nurtured him for a very long time.
Right.
Even before it gets to that, there are so many things that I've done to him as a big brother, just to put him on the level where he is now. I always wish him the best. Even just recently, I was calling, irrespective of the disrespect he's shown me all this time. I'm a kind of person that, if I'm a family with you, right, I'm in a relationship with you, I'm in brotherhood or sisterhood or friendship or whatsoever, and you wrong me, I'm definitely not going to bring it out. I still will do whatever I have to do to push you out there. I've supported his career in various ways possible. Sometimes when he disrespect me, I just look away, but then bringing that disrespect to social media, I just have to put a stop. So I just block him to tell him you should stop that, that thing that he's doing, which is there.
What thing did episode do? I want to really get what happened.
He just want to attack. The funny thing is, anytime he attacks me and he sees me on the way, or he sees me around, the midst of people, say, well, I'm the only person who worry you. You're my big brother. I'm the only person. But then bringing it on internet is different, because we are dealing with fan base here. You know what I'm saying? So if you indirectly come at me, that's fine. But then when I tweet something on Twitter, then he wants to counter, even when the tweet is not even related to him.
Right.
Just because he needs that popularity or needs that little hype he is searching for.
Right.
I've tried as much as possible to deal with him as family, but he comes out as some hater or some enemy. You know what I mean? So I just position him
more like a nemesis.
Exactly. So I just quickly position him to say, stop the fooling. You know what I mean? If you want to tweet, just go ahead and tweet and just block him, so that I won't go to the extent of dealing with him as enemy. So because when
you did told him to stop fooling,
yeah,
or
I
you
did, and then I quickly blocked him, and then he took it and whatsoever, because he needs all those kind of little things, Those you just want to feed on little hype and then bring. But then I keep wishing him the best, because I want him to be playing more hit songs, and then he also be on top to feed his family and all of that.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we'll go for a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. It's Talkitainment. back, guys. It's Talkatainment. I'm your girl, Doreen Abanamabaya. I'm here with Jupiter, and the conversation has been quite interesting. He's actually ranting out everything he's harbored inside him and trying to clear the waves with some tweets he shared and whatnot. But let's get into the details and come along. So, Jupiter, I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. I'm really enjoying the conversation so far. You know, there was this Shatta. I don't know. Do you have a beef with Shatta Wale?
No. Shatta has been a godfather since. Sasha is a senior brother, you know, because from before I even become, you know, who I am today. I quite remember when Shatta was bandana. We used to go to the beach side around like 4 a.m. You see Shatta knocking on my door. Hey. And then, hey, come on, let's go and rehearse. And then we go to the beach side, and I'll be screaming, rehearsing now, and then we'll sit down and we'll be, you know, praying for moments like this. Aww. You know, saying one of these days we're gonna be big. We're gonna be one of the top artists in Ghana.
Those were good affirmations you guys were making.
Exactly. You know, so now the affirmation now, you know, is confirmed now, and definitely we are living the dreams that we dreamt of way back, you know. So he's been a mentor, he's been a big brother. You can even tell with our communication on the video that we shoot, because he was on my album, the album that I dropped, and then we shoot a video in Miami recently.
Together?
Yeah, together. It's been out like a year now, you know.
That's
and it's beautiful. Yeah, so Shatta is just a supportive system into my career. You know, he's someone that I call anytime, anyhow. You know, we advise ourselves, we link up, try to put our minds together, you know, invest in businesses and all of that. So he's been very instrumental in my career, you know.
Yeah, but recently, you said the love he gets is all street love.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, because then they were trying to give. I did mention that I realized that most guys in the industry, they don't get enough support that they deserve, you know, because then they were trying to pin everything on favoritism, but the root of favoritism it has linked to tribalism too as well. Because I can only, if you're a guy, right, it's different how I relate with you if I see another person.
Right.
Sometimes me, when I don't say I'm a guy, even me for instance, if I don't say that I'm a guy, people don't know. You know, and I realized that a couple of friends that they used to roll with me, when they get to know who I am, really like they kind of moving back.
Just because you are Ghanaian?
Yes, even sometimes, way back when I was coming up, I have this reputation of not being a Ghanaian because of the patwa thing. You know, a lady almost collapsed when she said, when she heard me speaking Ghana with my friends, oh my God. You know, and the crash that she had on me, everything lost, you know. So
just because you were gone.
Just because I'm speaking, and even it happens to airways and stuff like that. So the thing is, for us to have effective and stable, you know, industry, music, right? Music industry, we have to use the music as a tool to push away all these little vices like, oh, that stigmatization, like that stigma. Oh, guys, they don't respect. Oh, airways are dangerous. I also don't have patience and all of that. You know, so people that are in certain positions in their space, job spaces, especially in the media spaces that are like top bosses, managers, and all of that, they shouldn't show much more support and love and rally behind people from their same ethnicity than, you know, doing it for all, because we are all Ghanaians, you know. And I realized they Scheme Promise have been going through hell, you know, lately when it comes to award scheme and stuff like that. Some of the awards, we know it belongs to King Promise, but then Gas Miller, King Jerry, a whole lot of artists, Need Funny, and those artists from the coastal area, even on our radio spaces, you know, you hardly from our airways, you hardly hear them playing these kind of songs, you know. So artists like Samini, for instance, would love to tone down and sing in three more so that he will have that, you know, that acknowledgement and stuff like that. Look at Agbedem, for instance. Agbedem's style of rapping and pattern is solid, but because of the language, he normally
there's
enjoys
always going to
less.
be a barrier.
Yes, he always enjoys that less. But Nigerians, some people, Fino and stuff like that, they sing in their native languages, and they'll be playing it on the radio. You know what I'm saying? So we should try as much as possible. There should be an equity, you know, that equal treatment in this entertainment industry. So when they mentioned and they said, oh, but Shatta is enjoying, I was like, no, Shatta don't enjoy any support from any media. Stop it. All the things that they have been blogging about is about Shatta did this, Shatta did that. Not to support his career, but to paint some image, you know, about Shatta. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the street love and nothing to do with media. All this little support that you see Shatta getting is because, oh, Shatta said this and Shatta said that. Because they know when they put it online, they know Shatta is that kind of person.
He'll come and reply you.
Exactly.
He'll joke.
Exactly. You know, but he has no media support at all. It's all the street love. And for us to have a beautiful industry, you know, industry that is going to grow, we just have to stop all this little tribalism and, you know, that favoritism and all of that. If I deserve to be pushed, push me. You know, if I deserve to be acknowledged, acknowledge me. If I deserve this award, kindly give it to me, and then, you know, there will be peace. You know, peace will prevail.
But going forward, you think you are going to, you know, compose a song to trash this whole notion people have about, I don't want to marry from this tribe, I don't want to support this tribe, I don't want to give this because this person is from this tribe. Do you think composing a music can help, you know, push that notion away? Or you think it's a Ghanaian thing and it's been there since time immemorial, so nothing can be done about it? What you just said is it's a beautiful idea, which I think not only me, but it should be like a multi-star song, you know, star-struck song where different artists are singing from different regions come together.
Yeah, you can marry me, you can do this and stuff like that. For us to push, you know, that peace and all this tribalism thing away, using music as a tool. But like you said again, it's been there. You know, look at the likes of Kojuenchi, Daddy Lumba and stuff. I see people projecting Daddy Lumba, Kojuenchi and all those like Akan musicians on top level than even the Gans and the Hausas.
Right.
We have a beautiful artist like Wiala. I don't know if you know about Wiala.
Yeah, Wiala.
The things that Wiala is, the lady, she's doing like some marvelous work out there that if she's able to get 1 week attention from the media, trust me, she's going to shoot to Grammy straight. Because she's a beautiful performer. She's everything when it comes to, and she's doing this indigenous Ghana language. I'm not saying, you know, not.
And it's not even loved by our people, but people from the outside.
How many times do they even push his songs? You know, but a certain Asake song will be played on the radio. Meanwhile, Wiala is fighting for Ghana music to get out there. Do you know how many shows that lady played in a year?
Tell me about it.
More than 60 shows in different countries.
No joke.
Trust me, different continents. And if listen, it's high time we have to really sit down and push away this favoritism. You know, if Wiala sings in Dagomba, Dagati, and you don't understand, look at her works.
Even Sharifa Guma.
Exactly, that lady too. You know, people are doing marvelous works. Like, they need that attention, just like the ones you are giving to the people that you can understand what they are saying. You know what I'm saying? And Ghana is not just one language country. Like, we have different dialect. You know, we have the Tree, we have the Hausa. So push, have space to, when you play a little 1, 2, 3, 4 songs from this, get into this tribe too. And even with that, a radio station that is able to do that is a strategy. You will win so many listeners because they know when they tune in, they're gonna hear their people. You know, their people's works and stuff like that. You know, so it's high time we support every artist from different type of ethnicity or different background and project Ghana to the highest level. Because sometimes if the Tree won't sell, you might not know. Maybe you forget the Dagomba will sell,
right?
Or the Dagati language will sell,
right?
And if you're able to give chance like that in our radio space, you will see the number of talents that will be popping out from different zones. You see, there is another talent from North that is making some serious, because he knows that when he makes his music, he will get airplay in Accra. Artists like Fancy Gadam, right?
Yeah.
They have some serious songs in North. When it's being played, trust me, people go crazy. But they don't play that song in Accra until they feature Sarkodie. That beautiful, why we say I marry you beautiful, and now they are playing it. But you know, then you are trying to put some sort of barriers into, you see, creativity, right? If you are being creative, or you have that instinct to be creative, you know, it shouldn't be limited to language, right? You know. So, but even here in Ghana, they've set up some boundaries where if you are not able to break it, then your creativity will be limited to a particular source. You know, I speak God a lot. I don't even know how to write song in God. And when it comes to Tree, I don't know how to compose song in Tree at all. I don't know how to do it. You know, so I can't be forced. That's how come fortunately for me, I was able to tap into this dancehall thing because that's what I grew up listening to.
Right.
You know, so now do I have to tone down a bit to do what others are doing? It's gonna be one way. And trust me, I'm winning in so many ways with what I believe in, with my own creatives. You know, so we should also allow people, the youth out there, to feel free to create in their own language, and then we push Ghana to the limit. Yeah.
So you believe if we actually allow our youth to create music using their own dialect, Ghana is actually going to go far like the Nigerians have?
In a second. And not just creating the music, but then if the media spaces are able to push them while they are creating in their comfort zone, in the language that they will feel comfortable in. You know, because people sometimes when they are speaking to you, you know it doesn't sound right. Whenever people are speaking to you, you know it doesn't even sound right? Or they are trying to speak other dialect, it doesn't sound right. So for us to push our music, we have to push away that language barrier. Say, oh, tree is universal in Ghana. That's what everybody speaks. Fine, no two ways. We can use that as means of communication. But when it comes to sound and melodies, let people feel free to be able to express themselves in their own language and be able to push them on your radio, just like the one that when you understand, you push it. But I'm saying is that they play some songs from artists from Nigeria that they don't even understand what they're saying, but they play it.
And I think a typical example would be Black Sharif. You know, he sings more in the Chi language until quite recently he now shifted just a bit. But then most of his songs that have made waves are the ones in Chi. The Traveler, First and Second Sermon. Typical Chi, but people don't even know what it means, but they vibe to it because they feel the energy.
Most definitely.
You know, I think I do quite, you know, agree with you. That we actually have to work on building our dialect. And about music, what's the new project you're working on?
Okay, so I think I'm just done with my tour now currently. The album that I released, it was 2 years ago or a year ago, I don't know, but I did some couple of tour out there, and then I kickstart with high school tour. I went to Trifo Parcel recently last weekend.
I saw that tweet.
Yeah, it was crazy. The really students, I was like, oh my days, like, they really enjoyed themselves. They are screaming on top of their lungs. I think I should be going to Koforidua. I'm touring about like 60 schools in Ghana.
Oh wow!
You know, and I think
this whole year.
Yeah, this whole year. I think I'll be using 2 months too. I've already started. You know, so from here I should be going to Koforidua, you know, for another schools, like 60 schools. And these are students that are wildly waiting for me to jump with them. You know, because education and entertainment, you know, is exactly, to make people come to school more. Because when the youth realize that, oh, Jupiter will be performing in my school,
they'll go.
Yeah, exactly. They'll come back to school. Especially with this education system now that we have. Is it 6 months track or whatsoever? Like
that one I don't even know how it's done. Since I completed school, I don't even look back again.
I think it's 6 months or 4 months. Students goes to school for
First,
4 months.
Second, and third tracking system.
You know, so some of them when they go and they come back home, they don't feel like going. But when they get to know that, oh, there is some part of entertainment,
oh, then let me go.
So it's a way of trying to, you know, push education into the minds of people that irrespective of how the system is now or the structure is now, you still have to come to school because there's going to be entertainment and we're going to jam together. I share 1 or 2, you know, stuff for them too as well, you know, just to support them and all of that. So yeah, man, I'm on my high school tour. I released a single called Control. It's out there. I did another single with Busy Signal from Jamaica. It's out there. It's booming. And then hopefully we're just going to drop an EP. And if that station loves to support, that's fine. If they don't want to, we leave them to God, you know.
So who are some of the top artists you're looking forward to performing or having on your songs?
Obviously, Seta is a family, so he's going to be on there. And one thing about me is I don't really push myself too much to artists when it comes to collaboration, you know.
Right.
Maybe I might try once, and even with that, unless we meet in the studio, you know, because you know, Ghanaians, sometimes when you call on them and stuff like that.
Well, that takes me to the Samini and Sarkodie's issue. Have you actually experienced that before? That you sent an artist a message that can we do a collaboration and they never, you know, got back to you?
Yeah, I won't even send you for you to come and style me. But you know, with Sarkodie, I've never had any issues featuring him. Yeah, we did. He was the one who actually featured me first on a song with me and Stoneboy. And then in return, I asked him to do a song for me. With his enemies, which was, you know, global.
Yeah. That was 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago. It's crazy, and he's still on my album.
7.4 million views.
Yeah,
you got it now. Imagine if you release it during this period,
exactly.
you would have actually accumulated a lot of views.
And yeah, he's also on my album, a track I did with him on my album. So featuring Sarkodie has never been a problem. I think maybe with him and Samini, there's something that they really have to, you know, come out and trash it out. Exactly. But I mean, I don't send song for artists unless we meet at studio. You know, like Daku Vice, for instance, I was in the US and we happened to be in the same studio. We did some beautiful magic, which is going to come out soon. Artists like Patawanki and his family. So all the time we are together recording songs, you know. But for me to send a song for Samini too is a veteran. I did a song with Samini, beautiful song, you know. So these are the likes that, you know, normally you see me rolling with them and we are creating beautiful songs when we are in the studio. But to send a song to a particular artist, I don't think I'll ever do that. No.
Wow.
Yeah.
So guys, you heard it all. My man Jupiter has given you all the juicy details he's been keeping and harboring in his chest, and what he thinks the Ghanaian community or the Ghanaian can actually do. But before we sign out, he's going to give us a line of some of his songs that he released on his EP. So Jupiter, over to you.
All right, you don't know, this is Jupiter represent. No, I'ma say we'll leap at them not like. They say we pull up in a Lamborghini. They now I see me rise. We still are winning, now them surprised. When we buy, we no pretty price. You know, see, I be expensive life, man, living. I chew with them, I idolize the girl. Them say we and the world I get hypnotized. Whoa. Well, I don't wanna go back to the poor life anymore. Yeah. Never wanna see mama crying anymore. Yeah, man, you don't know. This is Jupiter. The EP is coming out very soon, you know what I mean? So look out for it. And I have the best interview ever in my life today, you know what I mean? Shout out to Doreen, yeah?
We did it, and we are finally out. Guys, you had all the juicy details. We out. Bye.
Then you go port as for us. Oh, and net day, you are boy, dear between. You see men, in your trace, now you do a Nayan no mono. Then you know, say 20 years in ministry. Moya ya dum, moya ya moa. Amenne, the Rudia Yugia. My intimate bibia say, I was say, your tone suffer at the 4. A year in Alia had this. Now so, Cacrebia, I was saying, at least. Na yentumi ensho bibi na entrese ye nia so de awade na moso aye ede amaye se ye kase ebubodi wa ha se ya ye doso na ye pa ne se eye na no VTM nyamia dum ene mo a mo support amode support ye nti awade aye ya dum ye timenya gospel song. The Timenya Gospel Artist of the Year. So, I'm a number so. And to see a 2 and sa. Now you declare the Yametias for us.
Sorry, bro, no bet you. Sorry, bro, no bet you. Sorry, bro, no bet you. Wouldn't you feel me now? Sorry, bro, no bet you. Sorry, bro, no bet you.
One, two, three, say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Okay, let's go.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello, and you're welcome to my Nigeria TV. I'm your host, Barbara Esinamboni. I'm about to have a really interesting conversation with one of Nigeria's most adored reality TV stars. He was the first runner-up of the Big Brother Niger Level Up edition in 2022. Let's talk to Big Baby Bree. Brian,
Nice
welcome
to
to Ghana.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hope you are fine.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
How has it been? Tell us your experience.
In Ghana?
You said you came yesterday.
Yeah, I just came yesterday. That's been nice. I just tried Wachi.
Hey, how was it?
I love this.
Hey.
I tried it for the first time. I still want to try like more Ghanaian food.
No, yeah, you have to relax because trust me, there's more. There's fufu, there's banku, there's akple.
What's that? How do you, can you say it again?
Akple.
Akple.
Yeah, say
I
it
said it
again.
well. Akple.
Try, you're there.
Akple.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Okay, and the reception, the people.
Everybody's very welcoming. It's different from Lagos.
How different?
Like there's always a rush in Lagos. Everybody's always, even when there's nothing urgent, people are just moving like there's a natural sense of urgency.
Okay.
Everybody seems more relaxed.
Okay.
Yeah,
So is this the first African country you've been to?
No, actually, no.
I mean, apart from Nigeria, of course.
No, I've been to I've been to a bunch of African countries. I've been to Kenya. I've been to Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Cotonou. I think, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you here? Why is Big Baby Bree here?
I'm in Ghana because I put out the new single "Honest Decision" and I just wanted to make more awareness for it here in Ghana.
Oh, okay. So tell us more about it. What inspired that song? Let's start with that.
The Honest Decision. So like I made Honest Decision, let's say 5 days after I came out of the house. I think it was just, the song is less of a love song and more of a, no, but seriously.
Less of a love song?
No.
Okay, continue.
On first glance, it looks like a love song, but it's more of a, like a, when like you're trying to get into a relationship, you have to be vulnerable. So it's like the acceptance of, okay, do you know what, I'm going to be vulnerable to open myself up to a relationship.
Yeah. And it's a really, really lovely song. If you
Yeah.
haven't checked it out yet, I think you should. Who is Shade?
Shade.
Or Shade?
Shade is I don't know any. Okay, that would be a lie. I know Shade.
Yeah, because you mentioned her name in the song. Tell us.
But I'm not involved with any Shade that I know. That was just the first thing that came to my head when I was singing. So, you know, like Nigerians, we love doing this thing where we just like call random names of girls, Amarachi or Shaliwa. You know, we just love calling like girls' names in songs.
Your next song, put Esina minutes. My name is Esina. Put it there.
All right, no problem.
Okay, so let's talk more about Ghana.
Yeah.
What's the best thing you've heard about Ghana?
I don't know. So let me say the best thing I've seen.
Okay, seen. Okay.
Yeah. So the best thing I've seen, like over the time I've spent in Ghana, from the last time I came till now, is everybody's so welcoming. Everybody's so, you know, there's just a very welcoming aura about Ghanaians. In Nigeria, like I said before, everybody's in a rush. Like if I'm going to stop and ask you for directions, I'm going to say sorry in like 4 different ways. Excuse me, please, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get to this place. But like a Ghanaian, like it looks like I can just approach you and be like, sorry, I'm going to this place, and you know.
Okay. And the worst thing you've observed?
The worst thing, I don't know. I don't think I've.
You are yet to.
You know, so okay, so this is it might be a touchy subject for Nigerians, but like, you know, there's always argument online about like jollof, who has the better jollof.
Yeah.
And I tried Ghanaian jollof. It's the same thing. I don't see the difference. It's like it's as equally as spicy, it's equally as nice. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ghanaian jollof is as fire as Nigerian jollof.
Yeah, so I'm sure that as you're here, you're definitely going to, you know, get some inspiration for your next song.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to pick from this place.
Yeah.
But your song is lovely, like I said before. Everybody should check it out. Where are they going to find it?
You can find it on every streaming platform, basically. Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal.
Honest Decisions.
Honest Decision, yes.
Okay, now let's talk about Baby Niger.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we are widely known for. I mean, that's how we all got to the big Baby Bree. We're Baby Niger.
Yeah.
So at what point did you decide that you want to join the show?
So like for a while, I think the year before, my friends were telling me like, bro, you should go on Big Brother. Like, you're old enough to be on the show, try it. I was like, nah, man, I don't want to do it because I'm really a private person.
Okay.
You know, so it was, but I was at a point in my life, like last year, I was like, yeah, you know, it's like, I'm experimenting. I might as well just like audition.
Yeah.
And I auditioned, and to my surprise, I kept on passing each stage.
Oh.
So I was like, man, you know what, let me do this. It's like we're doing it, so that's what we're doing.
So the audition was very smooth.
Yeah, it was actually smoother than I expected.
Yeah.
You know.
So can you give some tips? Just 1 or 2.
For the
that
audition.
Worked for you.
Like tips for people that want to.
Yeah, just 2 that work for you.
To be very honest, man, I think you should be yourself if you are auditioning for Big Brother. You know, it's like, one is the fact that I did not, like, watching other seasons, I did not see myself necessarily as the type of character that people would want to see on TV, on that type of reality show, because you know, like, you know the type of people that you see. But I think I blended right in. I mean, I was first runner-up, you know.
Yeah.
So I was literally that means I was the second most liked person on the show. So I would just tell everybody to literally be yourself. Don't think that there's something or there's a character people are looking for. If you do that, you sell yourself short. Just be yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you did so well after the show. Hey, your name, people are still mentioning your name. You go to Twitter, go everywhere, you see your name is all over the place. So obviously you did know the right things. So how was the feeling like for you when you got to the house? The first day you got to the house?
First day I got into the house. So the first thing I noticed was that, like, there's supposed to be like 24 chairs, there are only 12. You get, and they're not 12 beds. So I started figuring like something was like they're about to do something funny, because they made us see, so what I'd heard is that housemates don't get to see themselves before they enter the house.
Yeah.
And he made me share a room with one person for a whole week. Do you get that? And obviously, if you share a room with somebody, you're going to form bonds with that person. You guys are going to get to know things about each other. And I got to the stage and I walked into the house and I was waiting to like see him come behind me. But that didn't happen. So I started thinking, yeah, and there are only 12 seats.
Yeah.
And then, 2 days after, I see him in the house, but he's in a different house and we're fighting against each other. So, yeah. So it was a good experience. It was a good experience.
So from the day you walked into the house, did you know that you'd be part of the top 2?
No.
No. Why?
I didn't know.
You're not.
I didn't.
You did not feel your source or what?
No, it's not that I didn't know and I didn't necessarily care.
So what was your goal?
What was my goal? Entering the house.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, I kept on saying like I wanted to be there till the last day, but again, it's like I just wanted more people to be aware of me, and I wasn't going to sell any part of my personality short to make myself more likable. So that's where the me not caring came from. So it's like, if I'm doing me and you people don't like me, it's
So you're
fine.
not being strategic about anything in the house?
Nah, man, I wasn't gauging like this person might do this or I should do this to make me more likable. In a way that's somewhat, I won't call it fake. It's not fake, but I mean people do things to get people to like
plotting and planning,
plotting and scheming. But I don't just necessarily feel like that's how I should have done things, and I think it works in my favor. So I'm not a plotter and schemer. What you see is what you get.
What you see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's talk about Fina.
What do you think made her have an edge over you? Because I actually looked at your votes. I see you were this close, you were this close to winning. So what do you think made her have an edge over you?
I don't necessarily know. Again, it's a show based on I think like ability or how you just touching with your core audience. And maybe there was something about her that, made her, or made people want to vote for her more, because at the end of the day, even as much as people like you, they still have to vote. So I don't necessarily know.
Okay.
I never, to be very honest, I never actually stopped and sat down and was like, what was the edge over me? I never thought of it that way. This is the actual first time that I'm having to stop and think about that.
Think about it.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Right. So who did you connect with most in the house?
So like they divided us into 2 sections. So it was obviously I connected with my level 2 people more, but the person I connected most with would be Daniela. So she just had like a very familiar feeling to her.
Yeah. So now that you are out of the house, what's your relationship with her now?
We're still close. She comes through to my house. We talk. I go to her place. We talk. Like, she even texted me like just before I came for this.
Oh.
Yeah. So like we're still very, very much close.
Okay. How about Fina? How are you guys close?
I don't think so. I don't think we're that close anymore.
Why?
I don't necessarily know. I mean, I was online. I was in Nigeria, and I heard that that she unfollowed me or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I saw in South Africa, and I had a conversation with her. And since then, we've not gotten.
Okay.
We've not got to.
But the last time you guys had a conversation, everything was okay. She didn't give any weird vibes, or did she?
She said I said something. I don't know. I think she said I said something in the house, and like I don't know. It didn't come. It didn't. It's like the house is a high pressure environment. People are going to say things. People are going to do things. So I mean, but now like we're outside, you can hold me to my behavior outside or whatnot. Or this is real life. Like you can call me and have a conversation with me. So you know.
Okay. How about your relationship with Shegs, Bella? How is it?
I think like we just finished shooting reunion. I think everybody's cool.
Everybody's just
everybody's
in their
cool.
base.
No, everybody's cool. We're cool. I think we're all cool.
Okay.
You know.
Let's talk again. I mean, getting out of the house. You know, there's this thing that your fans do. I mean, all the reality stars. You know, they come together, pull their. In fact, their fans are very passionate about you guys. Because I've been to a couple of WhatsApp groups, even a group for your fans, and they are contributing money here and there. Hey, let's get something for Big Baby. Let's get something for this. And I was like, wow. And a lot of these people, let's be very honest, they do not have a lot of resources. You guys are better off than most of them are. So what's your opinion about that? They're pulling their resources to get a big stuff for you guys.
Are we really better off than them? I don't know. But what I would
may or may not be.
Yeah, may or may not be.
Yeah.
You know. But what I would say is, I think it's just like if you are a brand or if you make music or whatnot, people are going to pay to come for your shows. People are going to buy your merch. Do you understand? So I think that's just like fans. Like that's what fans of some. Like if I'm a fan of any brand or a book or a comic or a movie or something, I'm going to pay to watch their movies. I'm going to want to show support in one way or the other. So I don't think it's quite wrong for people to come together and do that. That just means that there's something about you as a brand, or something about your brand, or something about you as a person that I connect to, that I see in myself, and me wanting to support that. I don't think
there's anything
I don't think that necessarily is wrong.
So what are some of the gifts you've gotten from your fans?
Man, I've gotten the very, very thoughtful, intimate gifts. I got like studio equipment. So like on the show, I used to wear like a lot of sneakers. I got like a huge amount of, like a very huge amount of sneakers for my fans.
The fans, they showed up and they showed out.
Yeah, and a bunch of other stuff. So yeah.
Let's go for a quick commercial break. Yeah, we'll be back. And then when we get back, you have to give us, some tunes. Give us some, freestyle of honest decisions. Your fans want to hear it.
No problem.
Give us a freestyle. So we'll be back. So welcome back. We are going to get some good tunes from Brian, and he's going to, give us some freestyle of his single honest decision. So listen to him. Let's go.
I'm addicted to Sade. Up my eyes on your body, oh. And I don't feel too slow, God, because the DJ playing my song. I get cocoa my symphonica. Bad energy, no fit turn me down. I plan to dance all night long. This is my honest decision.
So that's the song.
That was amazing. See, I wish I could also sing it right now, but my voice is very, very bad. I don't want to embarrass myself, so yeah. Okay, now would dive a little bit into your challenges. One, as a musician, do you still have any? Because now you have the fans, I guess. You have it also. What's your challenge? In case you have any.
So I think the challenges will be the challenge of any independent artist. If you are not under a label, if you are independent, that means you have to be aware of the business behind the music, because people see an artist, they see songs. People think like it's just about like putting out a song and it's a rap, but there's an actual business behind it. There's a bunch of things that need to happen. There's a bunch of things that need to be in place. And when you're an indie artist, you get somewhat thrown into that, and you have to be at the forefront of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And make some certain decisions, because if you are not, there's nobody to help you set those things in place. Yeah. If you're under a label, it's kind of a little bit more straightforward. So I think that will just be the challenge. But if you've decided like this is what you want to do, then
Yeah. So you write your own songs?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Big ups.
So a songwriter, like I've songwritten for a bunch of artists. Ricardo Banks put out a song last year that I wrote for him.
Fine.
Yeah.
Are you single?
Yeah.
Tell the truth.
Very much.
Eh.
Very much single.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your ideal lady? Your type?
I don't have a type.
Hey.
Yeah, that's going to sound like. Yeah, that's going to. I know that's going to sound, but sincerely, I don't have a type.
Okay, but which character? Okay, you mean when you mean you don't have a type, you mean physical, right? Physical.
Yeah, physically,
no.
I don't have a type.
Okay. So which character do you yearn for in your ideal woman? Character. Or should I say personality?
I don't like vocally exchanging words with women.
Okay.
I don't like it. I've tried it before. I don't like it. So I would want like where there is a, because in every dynamic or in every relationship with somebody, there's going to be hurdles, or there's going to be like points where we will not see eye to eye on the same thing, but like it can be a conversation. It doesn't have to be so, you know, you're this, you're that, and then you now put me at a position to where I have to say something like that. I don't like that.
Yeah. So if you're having a crush on him, you see, I've given you tips.
You have to be a soft babe. You cannot be, do you understand what I'm saying?
The tips are there. You should thank me later. Talk about politics.
Okay.
No, I checked your Instagram,
Yeah.
and then you let out a video concerning how people should go out and vote and all of that, which means you are very much interested in Nigerian politics, which is very good as a citizen, right?
Yeah.
So are you happy about the outcome of the elections?
Is a what I can just say is from what I've seen, I think there is which in every election there will always be a divide. There's always people that want this person to win and people that want this person to win, and I think we're seeing it play out.
But who was your candidate?
Who's my candidate? I won't lie. I've never actually. I've never actually come out to say because so I've never come out to say, but I employed people to vote because how do I explain what I'm trying to say? If I say I'm voting for somebody, there are people that look up to me, and there are people that would want to emulate what I'm doing.
So you didn't want to influence their decision?
Yeah, I don't want to influence anybody's decision.
Just to influence them to vote, but not
I just wanted people to go. I wanted to make sure that if you're going to vote, you are going to vote because, do you understand? You want a change for your country, and you see that the change can come from the person that you're going to vote for, not because, do you understand what I'm saying? You saw Brian on IG saying, go and vote for, please stand up and like, at every election or like, get your voter's card, go out and vote. Like, you have, like, it's your country. Like, now our country be this, you have to care about your country. You get, so, I mean, I get that if you are a person of public interest, you can have like certain power over, like, that's why we have influencers. Like, if you see an influencer doing something, then you think it's cool, then you want to do it. But the truth is, as much as I am also a person of public interest, I will implore everybody, please have a mind of your own. And when it comes to things like politics, you should really make research on whoever you are voting for and make sure that it is like, is a decision that is right with you, not because someone else is saying it, you know, or not because of any other thing, like trivial thing, like, let's say, tribe, or I mean, people are going to want to do that all the time, but it should always be like for the betterment of
the country.
Exactly.
Okay. So are you optimistic about the Tinubu administration? Are you optimistic? What are your expectations?
So, man, to be very honest, as a Nigerian, optimism is the only thing I can have. Like, there's no doubt. Like, if I'm saying it, it's not going to be news. Like, the state of the country, the economy has not been going as we Nigerians would like for it to go. Do you understand what I'm saying? But what we as Nigerians can do, all we can do is to hope. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hope and then try to actualize. And if you see Nigerians, anywhere you see Nigerians, they stand out. Like, for example, like, yeah, you see, like, with our music, you see what we as West Africans are doing with Afro pop, and what like South Africans are doing with Amapiano and whatnot. You see where like we're taking Afro beats too. So all we can do is to be optimistic. Personally, I don't think pessimism gets you anywhere. So if you start to think everything's going to go like this, what's that going to do? Do you get? But if you are optimistic about something, you can, and if you want that thing to actualize, you can sit down and start thinking of ways to actualize that thing. So as regards of the state of the country, I think that's all Nigerians can have, like optimism. Yeah.
So, since you also represent the Nigerian youth, right, as a young person in Nigeria, what's your thoughts about the Japa craze?
The Japa craze?
Yes, Japa craze.
Again, so I think it stems from the Nigerian dream. And it is literally about, to be very honest, if you get down to it and if you start asking some Nigerians questions, so these people, they just want to be comfortable. People just want to be comfortable. Somebody now, his problem can be like, after work, he just wants to see lights. See lights make you play video game. Honestly, that's the truth. Like, he just wants to see lights so that he can play video game, or he can have good internet to talk to people, or like when there's an emergency, there's good health care, there's a good credit system. And I can't lie, like, if I'm saying it on TV or saying it anywhere, it's not news. Like, Nigerians, as a Nigerian, we don't actually have access to some of these things. So the Japa thing comes from just people wanting a better life for themselves. So they're going to go and settle in a place where they think like, if I'm doing work and I pay my taxes and I do this, there's going to be good road. There's going to be, like, sometimes, like, the reason why some people are even angry is because, like, your car knock pothole before you, do you understand what I'm saying? So, like, if you start to check things, you just see that some people they just want good life. And in Nigeria, you cannot get that except, like, you are extremely rich. And so it now leads people to start diving.
So you understand why you do that, and then you support it as well.
Exactly.
Okay. So we're almost done, but before you go, a few words for your fans.
So, if you're my fan in Ghana, I want to appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for supporting the brand, everything that's been going on. Keep on supporting the boy. I have new music on the way. I am as eager to put it out as you guys want me to, as much as you guys want to hear it. So, I also cannot wait for that.
And as your fan in Ghana, because I'm also your fan,
you
have to give me something before you go. And you know what I talked about. So I'll take it after. So your sense of style. I don't know why I didn't even talk about this. Your style, your piercings, your hair. Talk about it, your big chains. So what about it? What inspired that particular style?
First things first, I'm Gen Z. I'm young,
that's the answer.
But then also, which I actually don't get to talk about a lot, I actually grew up in a family of fashion. Like, my mom makes clothes. For example, this trouser, I got it custom made.
Your mom made it for you?
No, she didn't make it for me, but like, she's obviously going to come and start making clothes for me. But she makes clothes for only women. But like, because she's such a fashion inclined person, it made me like want to be very particular about my style. So like, I like to walk into a place and just feel like it's not like it's designer.
Nobody has dressed better than you.
Not necessarily better, but like, you don't share what I'm wearing. Like, you're not wearing it the way I'm wearing it. And when I walk into a place and I see that nobody's actually dressed like me, it gives me joy. So it's like having an identity.
Okay. All right, guys, we've just had an amazing conversation with Big Baby Bree, Brian of BB Niger Level Up Edition fame. And we are glad he was here, and thanks for spending time with us. Catch you next time, Nigeria TV. I'm your host, Barbara Sinamboni.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't me call one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in Baby Bree.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is sending this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
We recently saw the news about you endorsing the MP for Asin Central. Is that really what it is?
No, I never endorsed Kennedy or Japan, but I commended him. You see, we are having an admixture of presidential and parliamentary systems. In the strict presidential system, The US is the flagship of presidential systems in the world, as you do know. Yes. And in the US, before you become the president, you ought to have maybe been a governor of a state or a legislator belonging to the House of Reps or a senator, both of them legislators, or maybe a vice president. These three categories of people are the people who become presidents. Now, I think a couple of years ago, the US, after all this long history of having these three classes of people as their presidents, decided to change track a bit. And they brought in Donald Trump, who had no experience in parliament. He had no experience as a governor. He had no experience as a former vice president. He was just a businessman. So he paraded himself. And perhaps the people were tired of their own conventions and practices and wanted to change track a bit. They voted for him. So when Ken came to my constituency, I was saying, I related to these facts and said that he's a long-serving member of parliament. Indeed, on my side, that's the MPP side, I'm the longest serving, as you have alluded to. But immediately after me, that's the next succeeding generation includes, and there are just two of them, who came in 2001. Kenneth Japan himself and Katie Hammond. Okay. They are 6-term members of parliament, continuously. So I was relating to that and saying that he's a long-serving member of parliament, and he's gathered some experience as a parliamentarian. And that being the case, he qualifies to contest as a presidential candidate, alluding to the conventions and practices in the US. And I said, just like Donald Trump, a businessman, became a president, I said, well, in Ghana here, his entrepreneurship is also acclaimed. He's a businessman. So if you want a businessman, again, he qualifies. So I said, on these two legs, Ken Ohene-Japan qualifies to contest. That's all that I said. Even as far as I am concerned, I even told them, but as far as my vote is concerned, Ken knows where I stand. You know, so that's how we left it. And I was surprised to see that stories were, you know, out there saying that I had endorsed Ken Ohene-Japan. I commended him, you know, and even alluded to his benevolence and said to the people that there was one school that I constructed at Swami. And I said, I was telling them for the first time, and when we had difficulties raising money to do it, it was who loaned us 200 million at the time. Now, the now situation will be about 20,000. After we had done one and we had not been paid, the contractor had not been paid, and the contractor was looking for money to begin the second one. I went to Ken, who gave a loan to the contractor through me, and afterwards he was paid back. So I related to that, but that is no, and that is not an endorsement.
We'll just do some
a recommendation.
Okay.
Ujai secular no to gospel no. Minim okote kakra. Minim diema okote.
Yeah, I have to, because you know, there's this one great story about eagles. You know, when they attain this higher age of like between 30 to 33, you know, they feel weak, their beaks, you know, fall down, their feathers, you know, it by itself, and you know, they have to go and hide in the wilderness, you know, and grow their beaks back, grow their claws back. So when they come out, that is where the Bible says, those that wait upon the Lord
shall renew their strength
like a mount up high like the eagle. So I had to, you know, go back, really learn, focus, train myself, and then bounce back again.
I see. Would you say you've given your all to God?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
So you've stopped all the other stuff that you were doing when you were in the world?
You must be a prophet, because this recent single I released, there's a same line that you just said. You did say you've given your all.
Yeah.
You get it. You must be a prophet.
I see.
I was painting a picture of the state of the economy. MPP officers, the party officers, polling station executives and constituency executives had met to listen to one of the presidential hopefuls who is engaged in water testing, who had come to my constituency. So I was talking to them and I was relating to, the state of the economy. And I think I related to what President Kufuor did, what Mills Mahama did, and also what Akufo-Addo did in his first term. And I said when Kufuor was leaving, the growth in the economy as captured by the usual standard of assessment, GDP, inflation, interest rates, and so on, international reserves, that we're doing quite well. Yet in spite of that, it was difficult to break the 8. Because a few things, and the fact also that party faithfuls did not work hard enough. We got a bit complacent. Then I related to the era of President Mahama, when he succeeded Mills and won another term for the NDC. Dunso had afflicted us. And yet, in 2015, when the growth of the economy registered about 2.2%, which was the worst growth in 30 years until that time. Now, the next level, 2016, they managed to grow the economy from the 2.2 to 3.4%. And I was just saying that that increment in the growth rate, right, perhaps caused John Mahama to be complacent, which was why, as the president and presidential candidate who mount a political platform, instead of addressing the challenges of the economy and talking to Ghanaians who were listening to him, voters, about what it was that he was going to do to escalate growth, he was behaving like, excuse my language, but the language that I used, that he was like a concert party was playing out. And so he mounted a political party platform, and then he'll be telling the listeners, the voters, say mekase idibia, munkase idibi keke. A president of the republic, a presidential candidate, he had gotten complacent, right? So I was saying to us that 2017, 2020, we all saw what we're doing. The first 3 years of Akufo-Addo's regime, doubling overnight the growth in the economy, averaging 7%, when John Mahama averaged 2.8% in his last 3 years. We averaged 7% in the first 3 years of Akufo-Addo's regime. Enter COVID, enter the Soviet-Ukraine imbroglio, and the economy is shattered. We're now coming up. Those of them who had gone to listen to Kenohene Japan, who had told them that he was coming at 2:30, the polling station agents, they had to wait from 2:30 to 5 o'clock when Japan came. 2.5 hours, sitting in limbo just to listen to a presidential candidate. So I was asking them, how many of you, the whole year, has spent 2.5 years going from house to house to canvass for votes for the party? None of them. And yet, you have patience to come and listen to one person, 2.5 years. Sit down. So saying that they should have that same zeal to go out there and work for the party. I think it is the point that I made about John Mohammed's administration growing from 2.2 to 3.4 that they had climbed up and they had gotten complacent. And that small portion that I said is what was reported on by GhanaWeb. Okay. So it was completely taken out of context.